Hello there, fam. How's everybody doing? This is Klowns Paranormal Posse. And look at here. Friday's here, weekend's here. My God. Hope everybody's having a good day. Hope we have us a good weekend. And let's start this show off. Today we'll be sharing videos from uh, All Things Paranormal Leslie. She did have a new video come out last night. If you hadn't checked it out yet, I'll drop a link and all where you can go back, check her channel out. I'll play one of her videos coming up here just in a second. We can get the show started. Hello there, man, Moose. My God, how you doing, Moose? If we get this show started, let's see if I can get this whole thing organized. My God, we're gonna run some cryptids today. First, we're gonna run all things paranormal, Leslie. Get the day started off right. Okay, have a good day. If you hadn't watched something of all things paranormal, Leslie. Hello, Venomous Vixen. Uh, we fixed to do Venomous Friends after all things paranormal, Leslie. And they fixed to run with a big deal. A big deal's a big deal. My God. Ooh. All right, Crotel. Uh, Hello there, Wolf King. How you doing, sir? God bless you. Hello there, Ripley's. How you doing? My God. All righty.
It's Cloud. Paranormal Adventures. I'm up here with Alan and Rosie from Alan and Rosie's Adventures. With an undisclosed location.
All right. Yep, we got Ripley here. Maybe I'll run some by Ripley here too. Minor changes. One from All Things Paranormal Leslie. They fixed to run one from Ripley's. And then we're going to do Venomous Fringe and Big Deal. I am going to be going on a ghost hunt today. Don't know how it's turning out, but I'm going to a place today with me and Becky are where two kids got killed by a bear. They went up in the church to try to get away, and supposedly you still hear the church bell ringing. What we get there, I don't know. Never been. New terrain. Might find a bear. My God, but we gonna be going doing some booger hunting today. Try to have us a new video out for tomorrow or tonight. See how it works out. But I am gonna be doing some paranormal investigating this weekend.
I'm a member of American Home Shield, which means this costs.
So we'll roll with it and see how it works out. Yeah, alright. Hey, I feel bad for the kids. I sure hope nobody don't think I'm sounding ghoulish and not going, oh, we're gonna go explore where some kids got killed. It ain't like that. If there's any kind of paranormal activity there, hey, we'll go find out. That's the nature of the beast. Investigate the paranormal, prove or disprove the paranormal. Alrighty. I can't play the soundtrack for Leslie's music. YouTube don't like me doing it. Hello there, Nighthawk. How you doing? Glad the family's here. Dropping that link for all things paranormal, Leslie. Leslie had a brand new video come out tonight that was just out of this world. Hey, highly recommend going and checking out all things paranormal, Leslie's channel. Oh, doing good, doing good. Be lining this up a ghost hunt. I'm thinking this weekend I'm going to see about doing 3 paranormal investigations this weekend, maybe 4. I've been spending too much time behind the computer, not enough time in the field. So it's time me get out and get busy.
Have you ever explored or investigated a graveyard during daytime? Today we get to. Welcome back to All Things Paranormal with the group. You know about the church and the chair committee that keeps this church a graveyard house. For church. I say that it's civil underground passage around there. Why that do?
Look at that one in the back. That one is beautiful.
We are in Grace Cemetery in St. Francisville, Louisiana. We decided to wander up to the cemetery while William Winters is buried. We'd like to do a spirit box session with him, being that we are sleeping in the myrtle. So with that being said, my sister actually found the group. Let's take a look and see if the spirit of William Winters wants to speak to us.
Hey guys, so we are actually standing where most of the people are or have owned the myrtles. They are most of the ghosts that actually currently haunt the myrtles. Here we have Mr. William Winter, the man himself who was shot at his home and died on his steps. This tomb here is his daughter Katie. She got sick and she also died in the house. This statue here is said to be a monument of her, as she has long red hair. monument. On this side, this is Mr. Rough and Gray Sterling. As most of you will know if you're familiar with the Myrtles, and if you are currently not, there's a room in the Myrtles on the second floor that is called the Sterling Rough Room. It's named after him. Here's his wife, Mary Catherine Cobb.
Anyone here from the Myrtles that'd like to speak to us? Give us your name. What is your name? We're sleeping in your house tonight. How do you feel about that? Is your spirit in this graveyard or is your spirit at the plantation? Any other Sterlings would like to speak to us? How did you die? Also, could you come back tonight? Lewis, are you here? It's a Lewis. Yeah, so the millimeter's starting to spike. We're getting a connection with Lewis Sterling. Lewis Sterling, like to speak to us.
Is there anything you would like to tell us about the day and age?
Come here.
Give us a sign and let us know you're here. Anyone from the Myrtles Plantation? Sky? Sky? Would you like to speak to Sky? Here, she'll call you. I'm here. What would you like to say? I'm going to say goodbye for now. We'll be back tonight. So that's pretty much wraps up our daytime investigation at the cemetery. We are going to come back at night and see how active it is at night. We have found all of the gravestones from everyone that has died inside of the Myrtles plantation. And we were not guided by any kind of tour guides. We had to self-guide us. And this graveyard is huge. And it's amazing how we were able to find the graves just by wandering around by ourselves. So come back and join us for tonight's investigation. I'm going to use sky as bait too. Since the spirit puts the sky in the back of the neck, I really want to see if anything else will like communicate with her. Is this Lewis? Is this Lewis? How did you die? David. Are you a Sterling? Are you a Sterling or a Winter?
All right, y'all. Game plan coming up. We're gonna run one by Ripley. Then we're gonna go one from with Venomous Friends, followed by one from Big Deal.
Trying to put on the edge. Is that better?
Someone touched her in the back of the neck today. Then you tell her to move over.
Oh, it's going along pretty good there, Eli. How you doing today, sir?
Are you a woman or a man?
Yeah.
How many spirits?
There's 8 spirits here.
I have goosebumps so bad right now. It's all over my arms and my legs. You want us to leave? No. You want to speak with us? If you know. We're staying in your old house. So now they're finishing the spirit box session, I'm going to head out over here into a millimeter reading. Any spirits here who would like to speak to us? Right, so my battery is dying. We were doing the millimeter reading. So I'm speaking slowly. I'm trying not to step on people's graves and get hit in the face by Spanish moss. Any spirits here who like to communicate? You hear noises like everywhere.
These are the ones that keep talking to me. I can't read it.
These are unmarked readings? No.
No,
That's
they're
some
not
kind of
unmarked,
writing.
but they're so. Thomas C. Smith. Josephine A. Smith.
Thank you guys for joining us for tonight's investigation in the cemetery, Grace Cemetery, is located in St. Francisville, Louisiana. Until next time, join us.
Alrighty. That was all things paranormal. Leslie had a video come out last night. Leslie puts out a new video every Thursday night. So y'all hadn't seen Leslie's video from last night there. Wish y'all go check it out. She got a good channel. Yep. And now we're gonna do one for Ripley. Play Ripley up here. Have to step away from the computer for a second to go catch Layla. I think Layla fixed to go downstairs and maybe get into some mischief. It's a 5-month-old puppy we've got now. All right. Like I said, I'm going to drop. Hello there, Paranormal Voices. Thank you there, Clam Buddy. Welcome to the family there, Paranormal Voices. All right, we fixed to bring one up from Ripley's Ghostly Adventures, if I remember the name correctly. Ripley got a really nice little channel. I'll drop the link in chat. Hope you go check her channel out. She also has a gaming channel.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is a video that we shot in Williamsburg, Virginia at an old colonial plantation house that was supposed to be haunted. So enjoy, like, and subscribe, and I'll see you in a day. See that, buggers? Well, that thing's built into the wall. You want to get that? Yeah, I see that. This is the office.
Ooh, well, that's a cool looking place, ain't it? I'd like to go investigate there. That's nice looking old house there.
Okay. Would you go outside?
So anybody else have plans for doing any paranormal investigations today? Or cryptid investigations?
Okay.
Yeah.
Like this? Now there's one of those. That's how they play. Here, give me here. house. That's a big table. Come here, baby. Yeah, come here, baby.
Huh.
You go up there.
It's a nice looking house, Ripley. Yeah.
No.
So how old is that house, Ripley?
That's a different table. They got the alphabet on them. Come here, stay right here. You can't go up those stairs. No, it's private.
I can't step on the keyboard now. I can't step on the keyboard.
Hang on for that. It's not management office to set that. No, do not sleep on your bed. Let me hold your hand.
Here's my little girl right here.
Mommy's got you.
Hey, hi, Layla. Hey, hello.
Feels like you're not close to the front.
All right.
Alright guys, that's the video, so like and subscribe. If you see or hear anything in the video, let me know. That should be it for right now, so see you later.
And that was Ripley. Ripley nice. Got a good channel. Hope y'all go check out Ripley's channel. It's here for the VF. That's that Venomous Friends. Venomous Friends has a new video out too if you hadn't saw it. I'm going to drop a link. We'll pick a video out and play. Hope you'll go back and check out the new video they just released. Saturday night, Venomous Friends will have a new live stream out. It's Saturday night, big deal. I'll have a live stream out.
I'm a member of American Home Shield, which means this faucet may be.
Hey, Simply Paranormal.
We live in a very mysterious world, filled with mystery, creatures, and anomalies. The subjects we explain on tonight's shows are all filled with mystery and unknown. Come seek the answers as we go and explore these mysterious subjects.
How you doing there, Simply Southern Paranormal?
I'm your co-host, Sensei, signing in from some dot off the grid. So let's take a trip to the dark side of the human mind, to a place where fact and fiction disappears, and cryptid theories grace our ears.
You're listening to The Venomous Fringe. Prepare yourselves as we dive into the madness of the mystery of our world. Good evening, Fringeaholics and newcomers. You're listening to The Venomous Fringe. I'm one-third of the Fringe, Chris Fringe, and tonight's show I'm going to be reading you guys DogMan encounters in the state of New Jersey. I'm reading you guys 5 interesting encounters, and these stories I've had for quite some time, but I figured for the special occasion of the holidays, let's read some DogMan. DogMan is a very popular topic, and I think it'd be great to sit down, enjoy the beautiful wine and campfires around us all in the fire pits this evening, and to sit and listen to some good old DogMan encounters. Before we get started though, folks, Merry Christmas. I know we haven't been really uploading lately. We have a lot of projects lined up and ready to publish, and I cannot wait to showcase them. Me and Sensei and Ryan have been working pretty hard to get these projects out and going, so keep your eyes peeled for down the road. But on this beautiful Christmas night, I think it's also great to sit back and take a back burner and read some old-fashioned cases. I'm not a big fan of discussing old narrated stories, but of course it's always good to sit back and talk a little bit about some of the cases out there in the state of New Jersey, because New Jersey necessarily isn't really a huge hotspot for dogmen, or at least I believe so because of the amount of array of reports that we tend to get there and there involving dogmen. But these reports I've had for quite some time, with one of them being recently sent to me, and I think it'd be great to go about and talk about, because a lot of you have actually sent me emails about dogmen in the state of New Jersey. So I hope you guys enjoy this episode this evening. And also, too, folks, if you guys are down for it, I'm always open for an email. If you guys would like to submit your cryptid encounter, whether it's BigFoot, DogMan, or your paranormal encounter, you can reach me at thevenomousfringe@gmail.com. You can reach me at also the Venomous Fringe Cryptids and Paranormal Group Official on Facebook. It's our social media. If you guys are looking for a group to talk about cryptids, showcase some theories, and want to interact with a growing community, feel free to take a look at that Facebook group. We would love to have you all aboard. The same goes for our Discord server, our chat servers, if you guys are interested and want to be looking forward to speaking to other people engaging in such topics. With that being said, let's read these 5 encounters. The first encounter comes from Tuckerton, New Jersey. A young woman was leaving her boyfriend's house when she had an encounter with a giant werewolf-like creature seen in the outskirts of Tuckerton, New Jersey. Here is the original testimony. I was leaving my boyfriend's house around 2 a.m. The roads were pretty dark and quiet. I had driven around I-58, where I had reached an abandoned stretch of a dirt road, when something large emerged from the tree line. Whatever it was, it had ran out between my headlights, stopped for 3 seconds, and looked at my car. It then ran into the wood line. I was petrified and didn't know what to do. It looked like a giant wolf with bear-like features. It was pretty huge, had very large teeth. It looked like it had just gotten done killing a deer, as I had seen what appeared to have been a deer carcass, and the teeth were bloody. I can't describe the exact weight off the top of my head, but the height was about at least 6 feet tall, and the exact weight, from memory's instinct, around 300 to at least 500 pounds. I could be wrong, though. It had bear-like features, but it was no bear, and it was far from being a wolf. To confirm, we don't get bears or wolves in Tuckerton, New Jersey. I find this case to be rather interesting for the sake being that this takes place in a more southern region with very little woodline in the state of New Jersey. Tuckerton is a very small town too, by the way, so for someone around this time period to have an encounter with an upright canine, it is a very rare thing to hear, but when I had spoken to this eyewitness, she sounded very genuine. She didn't sound like in any case to be fabricating or sound nervous when going about her explanation. I know that there's a lot of things people can pick up on when eyewitnesses are telling stories, and they can easily fabricate, and I think a lot of it has a lot to do with their nerves and how they interact with such hosts. And when I was talking to her, she didn't seem to have any indications of deception. So whatever she had seen, certainly it perhaps was a dogman. I will also confirm that there are very little encounters, or at least what I've heard about, very little instances where people have seen bears or even wolves in Tuckerton. So whatever this was, I believe it was something abnormal, something that's not in zoological charts, but definitely something that will catch your eyes off the field for a second, and you'll definitely be curious. The following report happened in Somerset, New Jersey in 2010, involving a young man and his girlfriend spotting a werewolf-like creature in Somerset County. 2 nights ago, my girlfriend and I were driving home from our friend's house. It was late, so it was dark. The absence of neighborhoods or streetlights made it seem even darker once we started driving the winding road that would lead us back to our house. Only a few cars going to the opposite direction passed us, so most of the time the headlights of our car were the only source of light on that particular stretch of road. 5 minutes from home, we had seen it. We had just turned a bend of our headlights swinging right to follow the curve of the road when that light reflected off of a moving figure crossing the road. At this point, my brain had told me that it was a deer because logically, that's what it should have been. What other large animal would be running across the road into the woods in a pitch-black night, right? Everything happened in a few seconds, but this is as I saw that in time, a form whose head was the height of a deer. Its back was curved forward as it had hunched, and it ran with the gait of a human, 2 legs, not 4. When the headlights illuminated on the thing, it was brief because whatever it is ran across the road and into the woods very quickly. I only saw the glint of an eye and the light reflecting off of the body I had just described. It took us until we had drove past the spot where the thing had disappeared for me to say, what was that thing? Let me interject here to say that while I do enjoy reading fantastical stories about vampires and werewolves and other creatures, I am fully aware of my reality and do not believe that those creatures exist. Okay. I used to not believe they existed.
Welcome to
My
the
girlfriend,
family
on the
there,
other hand, does
Sassy.
not read anything even remotely involved fantasy or sci-fi, and is even more rooted for logic and reason. But when we talked about it, we had seen the exact same thing. To detail, there was no way this thing was a deer, unless one had learned to walk, like Quasimodo. What did we see? I had no idea. What we saw shouldn't be possible. It doesn't fit into any realistic explanation I can think of. It does, however, fit into a lot of books that I've read, and that's what scares me the most. And this is encounter in Somerset, very dark, narrow passage of roads, even to this day. This encounter took place almost 10 years ago.
Doing good.
So since then, the roads are no different than how they were in modern day, and now back then. But these guys, and this is what I like about people who send encounters, or at least when I look at encounters and find them on the net, you have encounters of people who are very skeptical, but often question what they see. In this case, this guy has often been a big fanatic of looking up your supernatural vampires and, of course, werewolves. The girlfriend, on the other hand, totally against it, fantasy, sci-fi, you name it. But to understand what they had both seen, it definitely fits the description of something in a fantasy. So it makes perfect sense for someone who is a skeptic to have a bit of a backtrack and not figure out what they were looking at, what they were seeing. And I think it also fits into the category, too, that skepticism is definitely amongst. I mean, it's not every day people are driving on a road and they see something that's totally not a deer. At least for people who have not come forward or haven't been open to talk about their encounters, I believe that these creatures are seen to the vicinity no matter where you go. But that's just my personal opinion on that. Overall, though, they had seen something. What they had seen necessarily, I do not know. I tried to reach contact with these guys, but this was taken from a WordPress article, and I will leave a link down below for you guys to take a look at. I have not heard from the commenter since. It would obviously make sense since this was 2010, and it would make perfect sense for this to be debunked after 2012, maybe more, because I would highly doubt that someone would keep this article up for that long period of time and still be active, but I could be wrong. This next encounter happened in Cumberland. Dubbed the Cumberland Werewolf, 2 teenagers encountered a werewolf-like creature hiding behind a tree back in 1999. Here is the original testimony and encounter. This encounter happened to me and my brother when we were teens back in the summer of '99. We don't believe in werewolves, we don't believe in creatures like Bigfoot or Loch Ness, but I'm convinced that what I had seen with my brother wasn't a normal bear, nor was it a wolf. I will choose to remain skeptical until further notice, even after 20 years. I am very well aware of these dogman creatures that thanks to books and podcasts, but I am still skeptical. I'm skeptical because it's hard to believe something like that would exist, something that we've seen notoriously in Hollywood movies as well as also in TV, and as I mentioned, literature. It's hard to believe that something like that is actually a thing. But it's no surprise since there's a lot of hidden secrets and agenda pushing of our society to this day. The encounter happened not too far from the Pesley Fish and Wildlife Management area. My brother and I were just walking in the woods like we always did. We had smelt a very terrible odor just a couple minutes in, though, on this particular day. It smelled like someone had urinated in their pants and had kept wearing the pants and urinating as time went on. Not to be vague, but it's the best way to describe this incident. My brother had asked me if it were the weeds that often smelt like swamp ass. I told him no. The odors were different and this smelt more disgusting. After 2 minutes going south into the thick line of the forest, my brother and I had heard a twig snap about 1,000 feet east of our position. We both turned our heads at the same time. We had seen a giant creature peeking its head through the tree line. What in the ever-living hell is that thing, my brother says. I reply saying, I have the slightest idea. My brother, being the daredevil, had seen a few rocks that were the size of baseballs. My brother, being the athlete, has a good throwing right hand. I told him not to pursue it, as if we all knew it could have been a giant bear. We both walked away slowly with our eyes on it, and we retreated going south into the woodline, and only a few minutes later, we'd be on the road. We kept our heads on the creature's eyes and never left, except to quickly not stumble in our surroundings. When it comes to description, I have to say that the creature was about 7 feet off the ground, hairy, and had the face of a wolf. My brother swears it was a bear-like animal standing up on its hind legs, but around here, we don't know a damn thing about hybrids. I am skeptical to this day, as there have been many people who play pranks in that area. But we're talking 1999. Werewolf costumes were rubbery, and Hollywood-made ones costed a fortune back then. We're both adults now, and often we've sat and talked about the particular incident. My brother to this day still believes that whatever he had seen was an enlarged bear sitting on its hind legs. But I had asked him what made him want to pick up a few rocks to throw at it, and he responded by saying, I just didn't know for sure. Even with that response, anything could have happened, and we could have been dead if this creature was in fact a bear. This report is pretty cool because you have two people who had seen it in the broad daylight, and it looked at them from a far perspective, at least 100 feet away. Both men, though, too, are very skeptical, much like the previous individual, and I find the testimony to be rather intrigued. There's not enough complexion, though, to say that it is indeed a dogman encounter. Like, say, I believe it was dogman. I don't want to contradict myself. What I'm getting at is that because they both can easily say and concur that what it was, it stood 7 feet off the ground, had the face of a wolf. But at the same time, the skepticism of them also play a part because maybe it was something else, but at the same time, perhaps they weren't getting a good look. But it caught my eye because of the description too. But I believe they did see something. Now, Cumberland, just to confirm something real quick, often has had very few reports of cryptid-like activity, from Bigfoot sightings to mysterious UFO-like reports. So it's not surprising that something is lurking around that area that's totally abnormal and away from zoological charts. In 2006, two couples had been canoeing in the bay of Beaver Swamp Fish and Wildlife Management Preserve when they had seen two upright dogs watching them from the woodline. The following testimony goes, and I follow. My wife and our neighbors had spent the day going to Beaver Swamp Fish Park, where we had seen something little abnormal coming from the tree line back in 2006. I'm now a retired firefighter, and my neighbor is currently an active officer in Sussex County. We were canoeing. It was around mid-afternoon. We were just enjoying the day to ourselves when my wife had spotted something 200 feet away from the tree line and beach lines. She had noticed two large dogs staring right at us. My wife goes, "Look over there. There's two dogs looking at us." Both me and my neighbors turned our heads to see what my wife was talking about. I was very shocked to see that what I was looking at. I saw two animals. They looked like dogs. They weren't dogs, though. They actually were far from normal animals. They were tall, almost stood up like bears on their hind legs. I can say that these were bears, however, far from them. These looked like wolves, but upright. Wolves, dogs mix, one of the closer two of the same. I had never seen such a thing before. My wife was staring at them for quite some time. My neighbors couldn't really make out what they were looking at, but they felt very uncomfortable. My neighbor had started to shout and make a couple of vocals to lure them over. He was an officer then and even now, so he had that impression and instincts to make sure. But at the same time, he was also under the belief that the creatures were probably just people in suits messing around putting on a show for us. And not to make such a quick judgment, it was just a matter of understanding. The ambient thought about these creatures was the fact that despite my neighbor's efforts to bring them over, none of them moved. They just looked at us, locking eyes with us for a couple more minutes before they retreated back into the woodline. We found that the encounter was very strange, and we ended up leaving a little while after. We were a little over 200 feet away, as mentioned beforehand. Not too far from a distance, we got a good look at them. They stood about close to 8 feet tall, brownish like fur, and looked like dogs and wolves. My neighbor had contacted me a few weeks later and had asked me a couple workers around the commission area seeing something out of the ordinary. He had told me that one guy had said something rather strange. He said that the place often has wolves running around, walking on hind legs. Some report it and some don't. People are too scared to report them, and in a sense I don't blame them. I figured this encounter would be something of interest for your growing channel investigations. God bless. Interesting report coming from this individual because it was spotted by 4 people as opposed to your typical 1, 2, or 3. And they were on a boat. They were on a boat canoeing in this little lake area, and they had seen something that totally caught them off guard. The wife had spotted it first, and the 3 of them next saw it. So it was spotted by multiple people. And the fact that one of them is an officer and actually went about and proceeded to ask a couple people in the area to return to the site, that's also pretty interesting because that means that whatever it was, something's out there. They want to know about it. They're very well aware of it. They're on high alert. But this was over 13 years ago. Everything could change then. I would love to investigate this area as well and love to see what we can find in such region. The final report comes from the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. A young man and his friend had an encounter with a DogMan back in 2016. 2 young adults were camping in the Pine Barrens closest to the Egg Harbor Township Nature Reserve one late fall evening when the 2 had heard mysterious noises throughout the night. The noises began as small little shrieks and screams, nothing too major. It wasn't until 9 p.m. when the noises escalated. What were the thoughts of just perhaps regular wildlife in the area wasn't the case. The noises sounded more vicious, like a woman screaming for dear life. One of the men turned his head and said to the other, "There's something out there." The other replied, shaking his head and curious to himself to know what it is. Both men had kept their knives out and were looking directly in the woodline behind and in front of them from each direction. Fearing that the creature would emerge out of the thick brush, they were waiting for anything to come out of the woods. The fire they had made was still new and pretty bright. They had also had a flashlight to further enhance their brightness if in the event they left the campsite. A couple of minutes had went by. Around 9:30, the noises were made again. The noises this time were howls. Violent howls. One of the adults commented on how the howls sounded like a mixture of a wolf and the werewolf from An American Werewolf in London. In the slight turn of events, both parties had been hearing proceeded to investigate. The noises didn't sound far, and the incident was on their minds. They had to investigate it no matter what, though. It was almost definite that for them, that one proceeded to lead the way. With the flashlight in hand, and going north to the vicinity of where the noises were coming from, the damp dirt swashing amongst their boots, they didn't want to make too much noise, since they believed that whatever was out there, that there was something massive, and at any given second can harm them, as they had made a wrong move to not look at their surroundings. They kept hearing twigs snapping not too far from them. It sounded very vicious, and they could hear what appeared to have been growling. Both were optimistic and curious. A little further, they had seen what appeared to have been eyeshine of something up ahead. One of them tapped the shoulder of the other and had asked, "What is that?" With both men ready to observe and shout to see what it was, flashing the light on the subject, both men were taken aback and gazed at the creature that they were looking at, and for a brief second, they had seen what appeared to be a monster. A wolf-like animal staring right at them. It had amber eyeshine. Its teeth were yellow, the face looked disfigured, and had gray-brown hair. One of them went on to say, "It looked like a creature from hell." One of the men mentioned. Both men had retreated back before making any further movements and proceeded to run back to the campsite. Terrified and confused, both men decided to abandon their site. They took some belongings and left the campfire about and tents in the area. They ran to the truck just a half a mile ahead of the lot and didn't stop until they both felt free and away from the creature they had just sighted. The next day, both men had talked about what they had seen. They decided to keep it to themselves. It wasn't until one of the men spoke to me that I had found out that they had just seen a DogMan. Both men never returned to the woods and have yet to camp out at night unless with a lot of people. This encounter had left both men traumatized and curious of the animals that lurked in the night. So this was a very cool encounter, and I actually know one of the individuals who had seen this creature. I know it sounds like a cool thing to run into a DogMan, but I also want to take that word back and say that it's not. This encounter, I think, when I had shown the sketch of Barton Nunley's LBL DogMan, and this encounter I actually had posted and mentioned on a few outlets, podcast outlets before, and this was a very terrifying case for this one individual because it left him so traumatized that he actually spent a lot of his time afterwards looking out his window at night, trying to see if something would come for him. And that type of psychosis and that mood, it definitely throws you with some PTSD. It throws you with some emotions that you cannot necessarily overcome. Antidepressants or anything pill-wise would probably not be a good substitute for it to be cured with. This thing changes people. It leaves people speechless, leaves people haunted. It makes people wonder what it is exactly, what these creatures are. And I think that's the most important faction of when you're doing research, especially if you're doing research the right way and you understand it. Not a lot don't. But overall, though, I thought those were some pretty interesting cases I'd like to showcase and read you guys. Very rarely do I ever do like narrations and whatnot for my reasons, respectfully, but I figured because it's Christmas, let's discuss some DogMan encounters I got from subscribers. Let's read some cases. And plus, it's Christmas. It's a beautiful, beautiful time of year, end of the year, no less. So it was a great episode. And it was really good to sit down and talk to all of you amazing people and all you listeners who tune into the show and love the show. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again for listening to the Venomous Fringe. If you'd like to get in contact with me, my email is upscreen, and other additional info will be down below. Merry Christmas. You all have a fantastic evening, and take care now.
Alrighty, that's the link right there for the Venomous Fringe. Hey, go check your channel out. They had a live last night. They'll have another live tomorrow night. Big Deal's gonna have a new live tomorrow night. So I'm gonna mosey on over here. Go run something up, Big Deal. That way we can have 2 paranormal videos back to back, and I run 2 cryptid videos back to back. And I will go from there, find some more, run some more paranormal, try to even it out, keep it balanced. Venomous Fringe and Big Deal, both of them is 2 really awesome cryptid channels. Ryan Trump, they come on here a lot, is the co-host of the Venomous Fringe. Yesterday, Big Deal was in the stream. Both 2 really cool guys. I'm gonna find the one. This ought to be good. Hell, they were thinking about Venomous Fringe. Venomous Fringe and Big Deal is good. Yeah. Let's see. The Beyond the Door, I don't think I saw that one, Bunny. I don't think I saw that one. Alrighty, y'all. This is Klowns Paranormal Posse. We on a channel grow day, running videos out for cryptid groups and paranormal groups. So we can all try to grow. Alrighty, and here's Big Deal. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. We go check them out. And they do have a live coming on tomorrow night. Big Deal runs a really nice live stream.
Do you ever feel like you are being watched? Something is out there, just stalking you. In over 15 years of YouTube's existence, we have seen many scary, creepy, and cryptic videos posted on this website. Which ones are real? Which ones are fake? Today, we will look at some of the most believable pieces of cryptid evidence on the internet. One night, a YouTube user by the name of Richard Grevin was asleep on his couch when he heard a strange noise that awoke him. Upon waking up, he hears something sprint through his house and exit through his sunroom exit. One of the following nights, he captured this.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. You're not gonna believe this. I got it on video now. People think I'm nuts. It's on video. It's playing right now. I put the iPad in the window. Now this thing's coming up to the steps in my backyard. It's like a weird demonic looking thing, and it's like an human. And it's all stretched down. This is the second time this happened this week.
After filming for a while, the creature lurks back into the woods. The creature seems to just watch Richard from the tree line, and then returns.
When I like this word, we know you know it. Or you can see the vision, dreams. That's what you can say. The enemy is attacked, but he's beautiful. And I just, you go out work up, and then I just get perfect. My main thing right now is people strip and surrounding. Ready, come in with yard, bikers, and right now I can see still, get caught. Now I pray to get peace right now. I can just want fear, remind that Jesus' name, and pray Father for his peace, comfort, Lord, that you know it's going to you, I know that Lord is real good, and nothing to call me. You lay down at night, I'm going to get it. Oh my God, there it is, Mike, it came back. Oh my gosh. This thing is looking weird. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Richard is clearly shaken, and his brother praying over the phone makes this video all the more chilling. The creature then seems to lurk back into the tree line once again, with some odd movements. You know, I think this is a legitimate piece of either skinwalker or Wendigo evidence, because the fear in this guy's voice is almost impossible to fake. And he's calling his brother on the phone. It's very scary. The fear in their voice seems real. And not to mention the movement of this creature is insane. It's hard to replicate that, I feel like. So, to me, this is one of the most genuine pieces of evidence of a cryptid that we have today. One night, on October 24th, 2013, around 6 p.m. at night, near Tunica, Mississippi, Josh Highcliffe was hiking in the woods when he saw something odd and began to record. Many viewers online claim that Bigfoot or skunk ape appears to rip the bark off of a tree to go after grubs. The way that it rips it off with force seems very real. Then, out of nowhere, the creature suddenly stands up, revealing its massive size, and it scares Josh so much he takes off running in pure terror. You know, this is one of the most believable pieces of Bigfoot footage, in my opinion, of all time. You know, there's a lot of Bigfoot evidence out there, but this clip shows a Bigfoot appear to rip bark off of a tree to get inside insects and grubs. And the way that it just does pure force and strength and tosses it aside like it's nothing is impressive. And I feel like it would be very hard to fake this. So in my mind, this is one of the most believable pieces of Bigfoot footage ever, and let alone cryptid footage. You know, this is an amazing piece of footage, and it's one of my favorites. In July of 2018, Audrey Hangway Franchette was driving outside of Quebec, Canada, when he recorded this terrifying video. It appears that this creature is stalking a fully grown moose. And what happens next is unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Wow. Il mange tout relax. Ben, tu le vois, regarde.
You are so today.
You know, the way that this thing was moving back and forth, stalking this moose, it seemed so real. And I've heard a lot of people claim that this is some kind of smear on the windshield or CGI effect, but you can almost effectively rule both of those out because it's just clearly not either of those. This thing seems to be very real. It seems to be in that tree line and moving. And if it was a person in a costume, it just doesn't seem like they would be moving like that. I, for one, think that this video clip is 100% legit. This next video shows a man who was driving through a remote location and spotted some kind of creature scaling a mountain. This is what he captured. Some people claim this is simply just a mountain lion, but others think this is proof of the notorious skinwalker. Notice how the creature doesn't seem to have a tail. What do you think? You know, as someone who's studied mountain lions for years and years, 3 decades, I can confirm this just doesn't appear to be a mountain lion. Not only are they not native to this part of the country, but this creature simply didn't appear to have a tail, and body structure just seemed off. In my personal experience, I would say this is not a mountain. This piece of historic footage is simply known as the greatest evidence of Bigfoot.
Sorry.
Ever. On Friday, October 20th, this piece of historic footage is simply known as the greatest evidence of Bigfoot ever. On Friday, October 20th, 1967, Patterson and Grimley were horseback riding in Northern California when they noticed a massive creature walking on the opposite bank. They estimated the creature to be 7 foot 6 inches, described it as an ape-like figure with silvery brown fur and large breasts. Take a look. The video seemed genuine and hard to fake with how non-human the creature was. Many TV shows and experts claim that this creature isn't human. Do you think it's fake? Do you think it's real? We'll never know for sure. You know, the Patterson-Gimlin film, I do believe it was one of the most authentic pieces of cryptid evidence that we have ever gotten. The way that this creature moves is so unique. I feel it can be very hard to fake that. You have to also keep in mind this was filmed in 1967, so you can automatically rule out any digital enhancement to this video. It's a very special piece of American history, and I will always consider this the most authentic piece of cryptid evidence that we have. Hey guys, just dropping in quick at the end of the video here, just to talk briefly about what this video was. It was kind of 5 clips that I genuinely liked. And I know that some of these might not be real, but these are, in my opinion, some of the most believable clips. So whether these have been debunked, I'm not sure on all of them. Apparently the one with the skinwalker in the window was debunked as a smudge. I kind of had fun with this, a little bit of parody, commentary. But overall, I had a lot of fun making this. So I'd like to make this a series if you guys are into it. So if you are, smash that like button. If you haven't subscribed already, you should. We do 2 live streams on this channel a week, and a lot of scary content. So, with that out the way, guys, I'll see you in the next video.
Alrighty. And that was Big Deal. Really nice guy. They do run 2 live streams a week. Has some really good materials. He's a cool guy. I hope you check his channel out. Alrighty, up next, runs up there from Southern Paranormal. There we go.
What's up, you?
That's not the right one. Alright, let's see. I found it. Alrighty, I'm gonna drop a link below. It's Simply Southern Paranormal. Here about the third weekend or so of this month, me and Becky gonna get with Simply Southern Paranormal and her husband. Gonna go to the Duff Mansion for a paranormal investigation and go to a Civil War battlefield for a paranormal investigation there. So we got that coming up.
Okay, guys, look, I am out at a historical cemetery, and it was, I believe, 1860, I believe, that it was founded. So I just wanted to come check it out a little bit, and I'm going to see if I can get over here. I'm going to do some EVPs. What was that? I'm going to do some EVPs in here and try to get some good pictures. These headstones are really, really old. Really, really old. Yeah, there's a lot. There's more newer graves. They're up towards the front. It's just a lot of the older ones are towards the back. I don't want to walk on anyone.
Oh, that's a nice little cemetery there. That's pretty.
Here. I don't know what the front of the graves are or what the back is. That's odd. Wow. A child. These words. These headstones are extremely old. Like you guys, I can't even really read them. And these type of crypts that are all broken and everything that are in here, they don't even make here in the South anymore. That's really how old they are. I believe it's 1850. If there's anyone out here with me, you can say your name into this camera and I'll be able to hear you. And you guys are way here at the back. This one's 1905. Very, very old. That one's broken. Excuse the sun. I'm going to turn you guys this way. A lot of these, I believe, were Confederate soldiers. I'm pretty sure of it. It's weird. I normally don't get this, but I have a really queasy feeling being here for some reason. Look at this, guys. This must have been a child that died in 1889. And it's one of the type that are like coming up out of the ground. So these look like some of them were child graves. And I smell really, really strong flowers through here. Real, real strong. anyone is out here, you'd like to leave a message, when I play this recording back, I'll be able to hear you. I come in peace. I just wanted to see your headstones and read them. That's really interesting.
All right, there, Moose. Alright. There you go.
I think I'm going to try to do a spirit box session. I didn't bring my EMF meter at all. I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest with you. So we're going to find a place. I have my other camera set up, you guys, trying to keep a complete surveillance of the entire cemetery while I'm walking around, just to see if I pick up any activity that I don't catch or hear with this camera. Alright guys, I'm starting a spirit box session, and I'm asking for any spirits out here to come through and tell me your name. You can talk right into my camera and I'll be able to hear you. Hello. Can you tell me your name? My name's Courtney. I come in peace. How old are you? What year did you die? Oh, these gnats are attacking you guys. Can you tell me what your name is? Can you say my name? How many spirits are with me right now? Can you see me filming? Do you know what year it is? Are you a child or a grown-up? These nuts are so bad out there eating me alive. Can you tell me what your name is? Okay, well, I'm going to say goodbye. Can you tell me goodbye? Goodbye. Something just hit me right in my back.
I'm looking ahead toward them headstones and thought I saw a mist.
My back. And look, we have a friend over here in the cemetery. It didn't want to see me. So yeah, you guys, there is a lot of graves in here. And this one's really unique.
That's a cool looking cemetery. Hey, I'd like to know why I whacked her simply in the back.
Hope you guys can see it with the sun being so bright.
That's a nice looking, that's a nice little SB7 you're working with, simply.
To do an investigation when the bugs are not so bad. I mean, they're literally tearing you up.
I like that Celtic cross right there, the headstone.
Those no-see-ums are terrible. The no-see-ums. Those gnats, they didn't tear you up? Oh my lord.
Oh yeah, they got something aggressive, malicious. They like attacking there simply.
And I couldn't handle
I'm game. I like going messing with the bad stuff.
Got them on my legs. Look, I want you to see this. That's a bite mark, ain't it? Is that a bite?
I don't know.
Something got me. We were over there in 2 different spots. Yep. It's not a whelp. I know what that is. So yeah, you guys, we are going to try to get the location filmed at nighttime where the bugs are not tearing us up so we can conduct a full EVP session. But this is just me wanting to come scope it out during the day, see what kind of activity we got going on, and see what kind of still photos I can get. So stay tuned in, like, share, and subscribe, and make sure that you guys go through and see what you can make of the EVP. And tell me what you think you hear.
I like that. That's a really nice video you done there, simply. Alrighty. Thank you, Simply Southern Paranormal. Appreciate you sharing that out. I'm gonna drop the link for Simply Southern Paranormal again in the channel and the chat. Wish y'all go check her channel out, help it grow. You can see she got some good material on her channel. I won't show it today. I think I'll show it tomorrow. Simply also has videos where she was attacked by a BigFoot. You could actually see the arm reach across to the hand where it swats her on her hip where she was laying in a sleeping bag out in the woods. I've done videos on it. I've got on my channel an interview with her on it, but this ain't about me. Y'all want to see a Bigfoot attack, go check out Simply Southern Paranormal's channel. I'll see about playing that video there tomorrow. I think she was very lucky. And all that BigFoot did was swat her. Could have been much worse. Yeah, that's a lot of dang stitches there. Simply glad you out the hospital. Simply has some medical conditions, and she still goes out and goes on paranormal investigations. Alrighty, up next is Glam Bunny. I'm gonna drop a link in the channel. She does tarot readings. If you like makeup, she has makeup, makeover videos too.
Hi, welcome back to my channel. So as promised, today is the first in my series of tarot readings that I'm going to do for our favourite YouTubers and celebrities. So I thought today I would pick the lovely Jeffree Star. So I'm going to do a reading for him. I don't read reversals and I don't get bad news. That's across the board any of my readings. So it's just light-hearted, just entertainment, bit of fun, and we'll just dive into it. Okay, so I'm just going to shuffle the cards. I'm going to shuffle the tarot cards, then pull an angel card for the beginning of the reading, do the tarot and then the angels card at the end. Overall theme of the reading from our angel cards, and see what was for Jeffree in the near future. So tarot cards are more for the next 3 months, ideally. So we'll just do kind of the here and now. Oh, that's quite interesting actually. We have the throat chakra. You can see that. Sorry, my camera's playing. So it's the throat chakra, and what is the angels are helping you lovingly speak your truth.
Welcome back, Moose.
Very interesting. So
My
that
God.
is the overall theme of the reading. So we'll dive right in. Oh, that one just popped out. Okay. We'll put that one aside. That's just popped out. But we will incorporate it into the reading. Right. So the card I pulled before I did any of these was the Death card. Okay, so the reason I pulled this card was because Jeffree is a Scorpio, and the Death card governs the Scorpio. Now this does not mean death in the physical sense. It's more like a metamorphosis. It's like a butterfly. It's, you know, changing from one area of your life to the next. And I think it's pretty much kind of sums him up. It's like he went from nothing, basically. And I don't mean nothing in a derogatory sense, but from, you know, having to make his own way, from very little help and very, you know, limited resources to building an empire. So that is very indicative of who he is. So
Hey.
that's the
Alright.
reason.
Hey, Moose. Oh, Rod might be in the live
So
next.
the angels are helping you.
I'm talking to him.
You have the Death card that governs you, so you're reigned by Scorpio. And we'll find out what's going on in your life. Okay, so your current situation is the Five of Pentacles. Now, this can come up as quite a negative card, like poverty, crisis, misfortune, things like that. I think for yourself personally, it's proclaiming to, or pointing out that there might be some personal drama at the moment. Financially, I wouldn't say a period of poverty, but maybe a period of imbalance. It could be the coronavirus obviously is affecting business, even though you're not broke. It's rocking the balance of what business should be this time of year. It's also, you recognize the need to remedy this, and it's causing a bit of insecurity, a bit of anxiety.
All right, there, Texas Panhandle. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Hey, hope you'll come back in again soon. You have a great day, sir.
what we always say, your current situation is where
you're welcome, Glam.
This is going to be very short-lived. So if you have a little bit of personal drama, maybe around money, it's not that you don't have the money, it's maybe somebody's trying to, ask for money that might not be due to them, but are pressuring you. There could be just a little bit of a rocky boat, but again, it's not something that's going to harm you or put you in a pocket or anything. So you're in a very good position, but I think that's where you are right now. So the second card is your immediate challenges. I wouldn't so much call this a challenge. You have the Page of Wands.
Welcome back, Ripley. What you sorry for?
Or a bad thing. It's a challenge.
Glad your family was sharing your video out.
And
try to help you
under your wing, business-wise, and you've been kind of being the teacher or the, person that's really giving them a boost up.
All right, I'll hit that pause button for a second, because anybody that's listening, like driving or whatever, or cleaning house, if you can't read the text, but Glam Bunny says she gives free private tarot readings. So anybody that's interested in getting a free private tarot reading, I'm gonna have a link for Glam Bunny's channel in the chat. She's really good at tarot.
Just giving them a job, possibly somewhere to stay, and teaching them the business. Do not be suspicious of them, because they actually appreciate everything you're doing for them, and they have your back, and they will progress, they will learn from you, and they'll be a very good ally in the future. So that's a very, very positive card. So the third card we have is the King of Cups, and this is for events that have led you up to where you are at the moment. So Cups is love, and the Cup here is the
no problem,
the King on his throne. Now we all know, and you don't need cards to tell us, you've had a difficult time in relation to that, and things have been very, very difficult. However, there's somebody very, very close to you, close around you, and he's kind of on a similar level as you, like kind of exposure-wise, money-wise, but is very much in the background. It's not somebody who's associated with you in public. This person could very well be a very good match for you. I don't think it's something to think about at the moment. You have too much stuff going on. But in the meantime, someone's very close to you and a very good friend. I think that friendship is going to develop into something else further on. So this is fantastic, and it's somebody's helped you through a very emotional, difficult period, and it was somebody, your go-to person, that you knew would not breathe a word to anybody. And I think that has been the case for a lot of things in your life, and it's somebody you've overlooked. That's definitely something to think about. That could be exciting. Okay, so the next card will represent what is likely to happen in the next few weeks or months. So we have the Nine of Pentacles. So this is a fantastic card. It represents a period of acquiring new knowledge, new skills. You're going to, maybe develop something new, learn something new, something that will really help you, your business, your empire, a lot of things. Although this card does come with a warning. Be sure to know what you're getting into. Sometimes we think, we've done all our research and we've figured it all out. And obviously you have the experience and you know what you're talking about. Just be careful. If you have to get your lawyer involved, get somebody, just double check. And if you feel in your stomach that it's just something's not right, then chances are it's not right and you need to go back to the drawing board. However, this card, it doesn't want you to be overwhelmed by everything. Break things down into little pieces. You will get there. You know better than anyone. And I think this will make more sense. Just break it all down. Get the advice. Take it slowly. You know yourself. Just don't jump into anything. Because of the virus, people want to launch, get shipments out, do everything. Rein it back, slow down. Just figure out what it is you need to do and when. That's That's what the Nine of Pentacles is telling you. So the people around you indicates the next card in the reading. So we have the Queen of Cups. So it's people around you are helping you reach your goals and aspirations. There's a very strong feminine energy. I think it's a mother or a grandmother or an aunt or maybe even a best friend who definitely, she's the Queen of Cups. She's nothing but love to you, nothing but love. And I think she might have come across a bit like not accepting in the past, or that was your perception of things, but that wasn't the case. Obviously, just because they weren't but everything they were doing doesn't mean they didn't love you. And any advice, I think, in this situation, going back, about business and things and not jumping in, I think if you went and had a conversation, even though they might not be in business, they might not understand the business, they might just have life experience and know you inside out and have a great, interaction with you and put you on the right path. So it's definitely, there's this massive female influence in your life. Someone loves you very, very much. And everything they say to you, even if it's something you don't want to hear, it's for your own good, because they do, not that they know what's best for you, but they want what's best for you. So it's definitely something to take into consideration. And if it is, after lockdown or even on Skype or on the phone, if there is that person close to you, just give them a call. And, any thing that is bothering you or worrying you, it's definitely worth having a conversation with them, because they can definitely help. So the next card is the Hierophant. So it's what is in your subconscious realm. So what's within your inner person. And it's someone who speaks the truth a lot. And that has come up before. That came up in your angel card, and it came up in other cards as well. You're very what you see is what you get. And there's no messing about. If you have something to say, you'll say it. Even if it incriminates you, you will say it. And that has turned you to a lot of people, a lot of your friends. You're seen as a bit of a teacher and a guidance. You're kind of what they call the voice of reason. And this would represent you. So whatever's going on with you at the moment or anything, stick to what the angel card is saying. And stick to this, because you can't go wrong. If someone tells the truth that other people don't like, they'll be mad at you for a little while, but will never bite you in the arse afterwards. If you lie about something, it's going to chase you and it's going to taint you. And I think that you know that very well, and you're just like, look, this is what happened. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. What do you want me to do? And that is your personality. That is your subconscious coming through. I think you've always been like that. And it's got you into more trouble than I think good. However, it's a lovely trait to have. It's a lovely thing to have, if people can trust you. And because it's not worse than a liar. So I think that is a lovely, lovely card to have for your subconscious person and being, the Hierophant. Lovely. So the next card is kind of your approach to what is around you. So we have the Ten of Cups, which again is another love card, but not love in a romantic sense, obviously, and not all the time. And I think this is, you have more people that love you around you in your close network and your close family that mean you since you're a baby than you realise. And I think you need to tap into that a little bit more.
All right, and there's Star.
Kind of get lost
Be careful. We'll be here waiting on you, bro.
Life or adult life, and obviously with situations that have gone on, you can kind of sink into that. But it's really, really valuable to reach out and to, tap into that support. Yeah, there's people, I think it would shock you. There's a cousin, a female cousin that you haven't spoken to in a long time. And you're kind of the opinion that you never got on, or there was some beef, or there was some family thing that went on. And that's not the case. And I think if you just reach out to that person, because that person's afraid to reach out to you because they think it's for shady reasons. And I think that'd be a lovely, lovely relationship to have, and it would be somebody you can trust very, very much. And as you can see, two people, coming together. And it's if anyone wants to buy me a new camera, that's great. It's just happiness and joy, and like that. So you've gone from children being friends to adults being friends. It's because it's somebody that in the family that you've kind of pulled away from, have not seen in forever. And I think if you hook up with them again and link in with them again or reach out to them, they will not be in contact for the wrong reasons, basically. And they'll be, for you, they want to reach out to you and to be your friend. So I think that's a lovely card actually to get. So the next card we have is the Queen of Swords, and this card is in the position of people and energies that will affect your outcome. So here we have the Queen of Swords. Now, Jeffrey, in your reading, I would imagine this is a mother or a grandmother. You're very close to it. This person has the ability to comfort you when nobody else can. And it's just by either telling you to shake yourself up, it's fine, don't get into it, or no problem, we'll sort it out. And that's always been the case. And this person has a massive influence. There is, even in this whole reading, there's a strong maternal. It's a mother, grandmother, is a female influence in your life that is very, very strong. And there's people whose opinion you take very much to heart. And that does affect your outcome. So do listen to them and do, take all the advice they give you. And, and when they tell you things are going to be okay, it is going to be okay. So the next card we have for you is the Empress. And this denotes in this reading your hopes and fears. So this is a very positive card. It just tells you your current situation. This is a very positive card to have. It means happy times are not far ahead. So obviously you come out of this, whatever, I think this is a massive, massive theme of this reading. Whatever business worries, I know it's not money worries, but obviously, you have staff, you have a business, you're doing your projections for the year forward, how is this affecting you? You have nothing to worry about. You're going to get good news. So the Empress is good news and good times is not far ahead. So which means all this is going to pass. You just need to just knuckle down. And again, tap into all this female support, female energies. You've got people around you that love you so much and that are helping you. And I think because last year you literally did a massive clean out, and you're a bit brutal. In your personal life, it's something you haven't told people. And you've just cleared out people that, unfortunately, and it kind of broke your heart a bit. The people that just didn't serve you anymore. And you did it for your own good, because self-love is so important. And I think that's what makes you so successful, because you are looking after yourself. So the Empress, it's a brilliant card. It means good times are coming, not to worry. So your hopes and fears, your fears we have touched on, but this is your hopes and it is going to come to fruition. So let's see what happens for your outcome. So love, your final outcome for your reading is the Emperor, which is fantastic. It means stability, leadership, influence. You're not going to come off the top shelf, basically. You're on top dollar here. Any fear or anything you had about your business, you're just going to keep going and going and going, and you're going to stay the Emperor. You are in charge. You have nothing else. So basically, overall, tap into your friends, tap into your family. You've got people that you've not been in touch with for a while. Take this time, it would be very good to get back in contact, because I think they would add to your life. And as you've taken out toxic people, you can bring in new. And some of them, I think, as I said, if there's a family member, there's somebody very, very close to you, loves you very much, and I think would be a fantastic addition to your inner circle. Now, a card did fall out, which card. It's all coming together. You've got money coming in, you've got new opportunities, you've got a strong feminine kind of vibe coming in, energies, support, sorry, I'm tongue tied. Support that is coming in for you. There's people that, have your back. I think last year, maybe 2018, there was a lot of who can I trust, who can't I? There's a lot of talk. Certain people I can, within my business, I can trust. Certain people, unfortunately, I can't, which is understandable and I guess. So we had at the beginning of the reading the trope chakra, speak your truth. We have a little bit of worry about business and things. Not a big deal. I think your love life at the moment, looking at your overall reading, it's not something you're focusing on. You're still healing, which is fine. However, you'll probably kill me for saying this, and I could be completely wrong. I don't think you're lonely. Put it that way. But you're not jumping into anything. You do have options. And there is a relationship coming up for you shortly, as we said in the other cards. You can skip back and have a look at this. Everything's looking really good. Link back in with your family, I think. Your mom, your grandma, cousins, female best friends. I think they're going to be your biggest ally at the moment. And what we're going to do is pull the last card for you. So we will do the angel, kind of the overall advice. Let's see what this says. So we have spiritual gifts. There you go. And it says, thank you, I can't even pronounce that name, Rosiel, for helping me channel my gifts and talents. And that's what you have been doing. You have a massive gift and you have a massive talent. So thank your angels for helping you channel that and creating the empire that we all love so much. So thank you so much for joining me. It's the first time I've ever done a reading like this, and I know it was a bit choppy and a bit all over the place because I think people with that bigger energy, and if they're not sitting here,
Ethan Seal.
It's a bit hum in the hand, and you want to get it right.
God, Ethan Seal is here.
So, hope you enjoyed it. I am going to do others. If you can think of anybody else that you want me to do, put it in the description or in the comments below. And I'll see you guys soon.
Alrighty. And that's Glam Bunny. Just got to doing a tarot reading. I'm going to drop that link in the chat again for Glam Bunny. Hope y'all go check her channel out. But if you want to do them on here, Glam. Anytime you want, give me a heads up or get like a couple of days and let people know you're going to be doing the readings. Or get people that's drawn in to watch. And we can put you on live to do tarot readings there, Glam Bunny. How you doing there, Ethan? All right, this is Klowns Paranormal Posse. We're running videos today. We're doing cryptids and paranormal. So far, we've shared out videos from Venomous Friends, Big Deal, Simply Southern Paranormal, Ripley's Ghostly Adventures, Glam Bunny doing a tarot reading. I'm going to find another one to go play out. Oh, I'm doing good, Ethan. They on a roll here. Try to figure out which one we want to play again or play next. I think let me see who we can run to here. I ain't run none from Beyond the Veil today or Holly's Lore. Tomorrow night, Venomous Friends has a live stream. And tomorrow night, Big Deal has a live stream going. All Things Paranormal Leslie put a brand new video out last night. If you didn't see it, I'll go check her channel out because it was one hell of a good video that she done. I won't tell too much about it, but she went to a cemetery and it's pretty wicked. Here we go. We coming up with one for Beyond the Veil. As usual, have the link in the channel. Hey, I'll poke you back, Ethan. By God. Oh. And don't forget, Ethan, it's a probe. By God. All right. Here we go. Beyond the Veil. Go drop that link in the channel. Hope you go check your channel out. Leave them a comment, smash the bell, and all of that. They good husband and wife team. Oh, God. Maybe a little bit. Beyond the Veil. And it's a pro. Oh.
What's your name? What's your favorite breakfast?
Hey, clowns don't like probes, Ethan. By God. Ooh. Hee hee. I'll pull your finger there, Ethan. By God. Ooh. Hee hee. Oh. See, they upgraded the probe. Oh, that sounds interesting, Eli. Hey, what come with an upgraded probe? I'm afraid to speculate. Well, go on. Let's have it, Ryan. Ryan's in the house. Ryan got here just in time. We could talk about that new upgraded probe that Big Deal's getting. It's a new probe. I want a new probe. Ha ha.
You play the piano for your friends?
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, boy. Uh-oh, tacos. Go it, Ryan. Buddy. All right, buddy. Don't pull Ethan's finger. You hear raise the stink? By God.
Warning. Warning. I want some food. What's for dinner?
All right, Bunny. Be careful there. All righty, and that was Beyond the Veil. Really nice channel. Ooh, let's go down here. We're run by Holly's Lore. Yep. There you go. Holly's Lore. Hey. All righty. Let's go tell what we're going to front up with. Let's see. Holly got some good videos. Here we go. Let's see. Holly's Lore. Gonna drop that video below. Today's goal. Hey, I've shared videos to help people's channels grow. So today's goal is to help as many people as I can so their channels will grow and get big and strong. Yeah, I got one little small goal for myself. Today I want to see if I can get 2 new subscribers. So if y'all can, come show a little love. Smash that bell for me. Join Klowns Posse. Get them notifications. You never know what we'll be showing or doing next. Alrighty. Tell Robert I say hello there. Simply hope he's having a great day. Bog on. Hey, Ryan. That don't sound good at all. Oh, I'm getting shoes of milk.
To sleepovers, urban legends have played a part in virtually every childhood. Every state has them and loves them, but Maine's urban legends are unique. From the dark and tragic to the unusually whimsical, these creepy stories from Maine make it very clear why most every Stephen King novel takes place here. To many, Maine is known for lobster, seafood, and lighthouses. But to those more curious about the history of the state, Maine is known as a hotbed for ghostly activity. Our next legend is truly spooky and combines both hauntings and lighthouses. Not far off the Maine coast is a small town of Pittsburgh and Hawthorne Beach, and is one of the Maine's most historic lighthouses. The Seguin Island Light Station is Maine's tallest lighthouse, as well as being the second oldest. The lighthouse was commissioned by George Washington in 1795. It is rich in history and holds a dark secret of murder and suicide. Our story begins sometime in the early 1800s. A keeper and his new wife were set to spend the winter isolated on Seguin Island. To try and help combat boredom, the caretaker had a piano shipped in to keep his wife occupied. He probably should have found out her level of expertise before buying the gift. Unfortunately, she only knew one song and played it over and over again. Finally, the caretaker could take no more and went a bit insane, destroying the piano with his axe. In a fit of rage, he turned the axe on his bride. The caretaker eventually took his own life, leaving the lighthouse unattended. Seeing something was not right at the lighthouse, people went to the island and made the gruesome discovery. The haunting of Seguin Island Lighthouse is no secret among sailors of the area. Today, reports continue that strange music is still heard coming from the island, and that the caretaker's wife still plays her song. Wood Island Lake looks peaceful and beautiful above the rocky shores and crashing seas of the Atlantic, but things can be deceiving. Wood Island holds a dark secret. Howard Hobbs was renting a small piece of land on the island in 1896. Hobbs, like many people of the area, was a fisherman. One night, upon returning from the mainland drunk, he ran into his landlord, Frederick Milliken. Of course, with Hobbs being late paying his rent, the landlord took the opportunity to ask for the money. Still drunk from the night's exploits in the mainland, Hobbs got angry and pulled his gun on Milliken and shot him in the stomach, according to newspaper reports from that week. Horrified at what he had done, Hobbs helped carry the mortally wounded Milliken inside the lighthouse. The lighthouse keeper at the time was Thomas Orcutt. He went to Hobbs and told him to turn himself in. Still drunk, Hobbs took his gun and shot himself right there in the lighthouse. Since the murder-suicide, moaning and shadow figures have been reported by the various keepers that have lived in the lighthouse. In 1972, the light was removed and there was no longer a need to have keepers live on the site, but legends remain. If you are quiet enough and stand still enough, you will hear the ghosts of Hobbs and Milligan. Strange voices carried in the wind, footsteps echoing where there are no feet, and apparitions that really do go bump in the night. With all the means, amazing coastline, incredible wildlife, and breathtaking forests, in the small town of Bucktown, all of this natural beauty has taken a back seat to the town's greatest attraction. Colonel Jonathan Buck founded Bucktown, known today as Bucksport, in 1763 and was a well-known Revolutionary War hero. However, there are some dark things in his past that have followed him to his grave. During his time as Justice of Peace, legends say Colonel Buck sentenced a woman to burn alive for witchcraft. Before she burned, it was said the woman placed a curse on her. A story published in 1902 in the New England magazine reads, all was ready and hanging.
I'm gonna see enough. He-Man has been focused around peanut butter. He'd be going, I have peanut butter.
As if
Instead of I have the power.
Pronounced as astounding prophecy. Jonathan Buck, listen to these words, the last my tongue shall utter.
Alrighty,
It is the spirit of the only true and living God which bids me speak them to you. You will soon die. Over your grave they will erect a stone, that all may know where the bones of the mighty Jonathan Buck are crumbling to dust. But listen, listen all ye people. Tell it to your children and your children's children. Upon that stone will appear an imprint of my foot, and for a time, long, long after your accused race has perished from the earth, the people will come far and near, and the unborn generations will say, there lies a man who murdered a woman. Remember well, Jonathan Buck. Remember well. Colonel Buck died in 1795, and in 1852 his grandchildren erected a monument near his gravesite. Not long after, a strange image appeared in the shape of a leg and a foot, right under his name. Despite many attempts to remove this image, including replacing it, the leg image remained and is still seen today. With Maine's history dating back to colonial times, it's no wonder a spirits from the era still haunt the soil.
Yeah, you think you might want to wash your hands. You're poking me. You don't never know where I've been. Oh, God.
The fort was built in 1692 by the English to help defend against the French and Republican Confederacy of the Australia during the King William War.
It stood for 4 years before being destroyed in the siege of Pemaquid in 1696 and eventually rebuilt. During that time, a Native American chief was hung from the tree by the English. He is said to live in
Yeah,
that
she
same
took
tree
all of
where he was
Ron's red
hanged, and
crayons.
that
He
his
did.
spirit still
She
roams
broke
the
them.
area
My
around the
God.
fort. There have been reports through the years from employees and visitors of a white orb outside the entrance that travels between the reconstructed building to the area where the chief is believed to have been hanged. Others have reported feeling an eerie cold in the area. Poco Moonshine Lake in Washington County, Maine holds a lake monster.
Vixen was in here earlier,
According to
Ron.
legends, the Algonquin Indians of Maine have seen this monster in the lake for centuries. Stories say that the monster is the result of a disagreement between the Algonquin shaman and the chief of the Mi'kmaq. The chief is said to have turned into a large serpent, which the shaman vanquished and tied to a tree next to the lake. Because the serpent creature is about 60 feet long, it has been seen swimming in the lake, but is not confined to the water like most of its kind. The Poco Moonshine Lake monster has been reported to leave the lake from time to time. A sawmill owner in 1882 claimed to have seen the trail where the monster dragged its gigantic body across land. He said the trail was 4 feet wide and 3 feet deep. People still report seeing the serpent in and around the lake. Along the waters and riverbanks of the Penobscot River in the town of Westbrook, Maine, a new legend has been born, and its name is Wessie. Since June of 2016, reports have been coming in of a large snake being seen in and around the river. The first report at Riverbank Park describes the creature as long as a truck with a head the size of a soccer ball. A week later, police were patrolling the park. They spotted a large snake feasting on what looked like a beaver. They estimated the snake to be about 10 feet long. Throughout that summer, there were a few more sightings. Then one day, evidence to prove the snake's existence was found. A large snake skin was found near a boat launch in the park area. Local police sent the skin to the University of Texas at Tyler to be tested to find out what kind of snake it was. John Plasick Jr., the biology professor who tested the skin, confirmed that it belonged to a green anaconda. So how did the anaconda make it all the way north from the warmer Amazon? Did it survive the cold, harsh winters of Maine? Experts believe that Wessie is no more after those winters. With an author resident who writes some of the creepiest books out there,
Good thing
it
about
should come
maybe
as
in
no
July,
surprise
like
that
July
Maine
4th,
has its
maybe.
share of
It's
hauntings to
still up
talk
in the
about.
air right now. He said,
In our next legend, we are headed to the University of Southern Maine to talk about the Robbie Andrews dorm. This creepy legend just might baffle some. Built in the 1800s, the Robbie Andrews dorm is the oldest building on the Gorham campus. During its time there have been many stories about suicide and murder, and it seems many of these victims are still haunting the dorm. Our first legend of Robbie Andrews' dorm is of a young woman whose
you're
boyfriend
very
left her
welcome, Mary.
after finding out she was pregnant. Devastated and not knowing any other option, she hung herself on the fourth floor of the dorm. Since then, there have been reports of her ghost roaming the hallways. Our next legend of Robbie Andrews' dorm is the most mysterious. Legends say there was a young woman that became homesick at a time when you couldn't just pick up the phone to call home. Letters were the only way to communicate with loved ones. According to an article from the USM Free Press, the young woman had sent several letters home to her parents without a response. She became very homesick and distraught, so she started crawling into the belfry and calling out for her parents. Now here is the mysterious part. The young woman, somewhere along the line, either fell out of the tower or, more disturbingly, was pushed. Reports say she also roams the hallways. Students past and present have reported strange, unexplainable cold spots in the building and have heard footsteps and furniture being moved on the fourth floor, even though the attic had been closed off for students for years. Some also have reported seeing the apparitions of the young women. Located in Camden, Maine, is one of the most beautiful summits, rivaled only by the majestic forest you have to travel through to get there. Unfortunately, it's not all gorgeous views and much vegetation here. There is a tragic story that explains why you might hear phantom whispers and distant screams when you get to the top. Camden Hill State Park was created in the 1930s and overlooks the Penobscot Bay in Camden, Maine. With over 5,000 acres and 30 miles of hiking trails, the area is also known for Mount Batty and Mount Menegoncook. Mount Batty has a plaque at the peak commemorating a poem written by Edna St. Vincent Millere called Resistance. Unfortunately, the mount is also known as a meeting area for the Ku Klux Klan. The other large peak in Camden Hill State Park is Mount Menegoncook, which is visited by tourists from all over the country just to catch a glimpse of the famous Maiden's Cliff Trail, which is dedicated to a young girl who lost her life too soon. On May 7, 1864, a church congregation was on a trip around the countryside. On this trip was a 12-year-old girl named Eleanor French. Fascinated by all the tall peaks of Mount Menegoncook, the group decided to climb to the top and take in the beautiful view. While exploring the peaks, the wind took hold of Eleanor's hat. Determined to catch it, she tried to scale the rocks. Nobody even realized she was gone until it was too late. Eleanor fell over 300 feet to the rocks below. The group was able to reach her, and surprisingly, she was still alive. But before they could leave the peak, she died from her injuries. To this day, visitors report feeling overwhelming grief and sadness near the peak of Baines Cliff. There have also been reports of apparitions of a hat and a young girl chasing it and then falling off the cliff. Also, there is an unexplainable mist that hovers over the area and carries the screams of Eleonora as she plummets to her death, time and time again. While there are numerous haunted places in Maine, one of the most haunted is said to be a lonely stretch of Route 2 in the northern part of the state. This particular stretch runs through what's known as Painesville Woods. Before the construction of Interstate 95, Route 2 was used mostly by truck drivers hauling potatoes out of Maine. This isolated stretch of road is very dangerous, especially in the winter. It has one really sharp turn, almost 90 degrees. The road is not only famous for being haunted, it also gained notoriety through a song written by a former truck driver who became a country singer and songwriter, Chuck Curtis. The song is titled A Tombstone Every Mile and refers to the many fatal accidents that occurred on this road. Because of these accidents, many people have reported seeing apparitions along the road, as well as many other strange occurrences. Today, the road is referred to as one of the most haunted places in Maine. The most popular story is of a frozen bride. In this story, a young bride and her husband were driving along Route 2 on a really cold winter's day when they hit a patch of black ice. They slid off the road and hit a utility pole. The husband died upon impact, but the bride was thrown from the car and survived, at least until she froze to death. Many people have reported seeing the bride walking along the side of the road, clutching her arms, staring straight ahead. When she is offered a ride, she wordlessly enters the car. As the car approaches the end of Painesville Woods, the woman vanishes. Another version of the Painesville hitchhiker tells of a woman on her way to a party wearing a white dress. Along the way, her car got a flat tire, and while she was attempting to change it, she was struck and killed by a hit-and-run driver. Her dress, a red ribbon and lace, was found on the road, but there were no signs of her body. Legends say that on foggy nights, a woman in a white dress can be seen walking on the side of the road, and if you speed up to catch her, she speeds up also. A variation to this version tells of a red flashing light seen in the distance. As it approaches you, a white cloud floats over your vehicle, and the red flashing light disappears. The final legend of Route 2 tells of a female child walking alongside the road. When offered a ride, the child wordlessly gets in and a short time later disappears. Some locals claim that the child ghost is of a young girl killed by a tractor trailer while walking alongside Route 2. While this exact story has not been confirmed, town records do reveal two 10-year-old girls died in Haynesville on the exact same day in August of 1967. Whether or not it's related to the sightings of a young spirit seen, one thing is for certain, this lonely stretch of road in northern Maine has gained a reputation as being one of the most haunted places in Maine. One of the creepier urban legends to come out of Maine is said to have happened not too long ago, possibly the 1990s. The legend says a group of teens dared a friend to be lowered into a haunted Satabus well, which sits at the back of a cemetery. The teen agreed, and the group lowered him down, sitting on the rubber tire. They let him there for several minutes until they could no longer see him. When the friends realized there was no movement at the end of the rope, they pulled him back up. What they found was not the same boy they lowered into that dark, creepy well. The boy's hair had turned white and his whole body shook. He was unable to form any coherent words, and his laughter indicated that he had gone insane during those few minutes in the well. The boy never recovered and is said to now be in the county mental institution, where he randomly screams from the windows. What happened in that well? What could the boy have possibly seen to make him go mad in such a short time?
Alrighty. And that's Holly's lore. Ooh, Holly's got one hell of a good channel. Gotta check it out. Her and Eric, her husband, does a lot of paranormal investigations. No, I don't believe in coincidences there, Ethan. Hey, no way that was a coincidence. See, I've trained myself over the years. I don't let nightmares get to me. When they start getting bad, I just wake up. I get up and I walk away. See, the reason I know it was a demon is because of this. In a dream, I was supposed to be with family members. But there's this reddish, blondish colored haired woman that was saying she was family. We don't have no reddish, blondish colored haired women in our family. And I don't exactly remember what she was showing me, but it was some bad shit. And I knew it wasn't right. Knew it was I was being messed with. So I woke up, got up out of bed to walk away, but I could still see even after my eyes was open and I was awake. And that reddish colored haired woman, her hair went back to bald, turned into a guy with glowing red eyes. They're sitting there looking at me, honey. He doing that number at me. I was like, you dirty bastard. For that, I'm going to have to cleanse the bedroom out. You ain't be messing with my damn shut eye. Tip for today. You having paranormal stuff going on in your house, you having problems, and no, I ain't going to rip off the catchphrase, call Ghostbusters, and none of that crap. Do a YouTube search for exorcism rituals in Latin. Play it off your smart TV. You don't have a smart TV. Run it off an iPad, notebook, laptop, computer. Do a Bluetooth speaker. But play exorcism rituals in Latin. Do that 2-3 times a week there, about a month. And anything that's come up in your house wanting to mess with you, it'll have to leave. You can look, there's got a whole lot of good stuff like that on YouTube. They've got one that's 6-hour house blessing you can play that runs stuff out. You don't have to be victim in your own house to paranormal entities. Rod, you madman, by God. Rob will make a video of him getting chased by a Bigfoot with the Andy Griffith theme playing in the background. Oh, I'd pay a quarter to watch that shit, Brian. By God. So I'm charging up batteries and such right now. Getting ready to give me a go booger hunting. I'm gonna try like hell to do a paranormal investigation every day for this weekend. I'll do 3 investigations and turn out 1 new video a day. So that's my goal, is to start turning out at least 1 investigation every other day, if possible to do a new one every day. Hey, damn it. Oh, I don't know where you come up with that stuff from, Rod. That's funny. Oh, let's see. I know I had. Oh, we need a little humor. All right, this is a life of Leslie J. But y'all know her as Leslie from All Things Paranormal Leslie. She does some humor stuff on the side too. There you go, Ryan. You could have Cloud in there going Gomer. He could be Gomer going Shazam. By God. Hey, I'll pass, Ryan. I don't want to be chased through the freaking woods by no Bigfoot. Unless there's somebody trying to run me down and give me a damn steak or something. All right, I'm gonna drop the link in the channel below. This is a humor video that All Things Paranormal Leslie done. Hope y'all enjoy. Y'all ought to check it out. I'm gonna drop a link in the channel.
Join us when under this soon to be full moon. Back a little. Summon ghosts. Hi, I'm Jordan. Hi, I'm Jordan. Hi, we're gonna make you a drink come night. Yeah, come night. You gonna drink this? You take baka. You want the whip? She wants the whip. She wants to be whipped. 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 Nice day. I can't drink that. I'll talk your whole table. I got to do that. Right here. Mom uses my airsoft gun. It's empty.
And this is why my parents hate me. Watch this. Hey, Rhonda.
Yeah.
I thought you said you didn't have a dog anymore.
I don't.
So what's that washing the dishes?
No, what?
I choose you. Pikachu, get in the Pokeball. Pikachu. Pikachu, spaz attack. Pikachu. Spaz attack. Woohoo! Your reaction. Get your black ass off my damn floor before I smack the black off. You will make your ass white. You're worse than the damn kid. Tracking on my flow. Now stay your ass out my kitchen. We really hear your reaction. I was sleeping and then she woke me up to that other song, Sack and Potato. And I'm trying to find a triangle that you put the balls in. The rack. The rack. Wait, my forehead's wrinkly, girl. Look, my forehead is wrinkly. Oh, this is triangle. Why you look like that on night? Why your eyes closed on night? I can't see. I can't see.
Later. Okay. Pretty late.
I can't see.
Come here. Come here. Come on.
Oh dear.
There. How's that? Okay. Okay.
Feel the energy.
On our way to Alpha, Illinois, to visit. Always smoking.
There we go. Hit Leslie's channel, Life of Leslie J. There's the link for the channel. There we go. Back. Alrighty. We can drop the link to the channel. It's Margate Marauder at the old St. Mary's Church at Waltmer. It's over in the UK. Yeah. Hey, you know what they call Canadian bacon in Canada, huh? It's bacon.
Guys, I'm back at St Mary's Church at Walmer, a 900-year-old church and graveyard. About a week ago, in the daytime, I picked up some voices on the camera microphone. The ruins which I thought about these, well that's what I read. It's a 25-man house. And the average actually in different locations. If you like historic places and military places, guys, lots of history, professional videos. Check out Spirit Researcher Eddie. You write about the ruins, send you the information. I've watched a few of his videos now, and I must admit they're very professional, very, very interesting. So I'll put a link in the description. Just look at them guys, so you can see the old gravestone. And like I said before, this is only one part of the cemetery. There's two more things. Just the other side there, those trees. This part is big enough for us. Church. You can see the ruins. Over there. We'll have a closer look in a minute. With the old manor house. Really graves, people lying. Cool. Piggy's for skin digger. The old yew tree here is meant to be 1,000 years old. It's weird, heavy. And it's public fairly regular. Well, at that point in the year, it's not that cold. It's 6 to 8 foot in diameter. Also, I've been informed that there are a few spirits here, guys. One lady, apparently, and a couple of people, a couple of men. And from what I can gather, I think the lady's in this sort of area. This is the wall of the old man house. Side of it. There should be a lady spirit somewhere around here. Two men. Right. Check out the video. Look at the lights on. Probably see it a little bit. Interesting. Downloaded.
That'll work, Rod. I'm waiting on Star to come back. Star said he was going to a cemetery where he saw a DogMan out that was wearing a necklace. Was going to go live there to come on panel and show the investigation. And got to the location and said his spirit box was dead. So I guess he went to get batteries. Well, this is a creepy ass video right here. All right, y'all. Here's a sneak peek of the Margate Marauders channel. All right. Well, that was just sounding creepy as hell. But you know what? I'm just going to save that one for. That was a sneak peek of the Margate Marauder. Hey, I've got the link in there. I'm going to drop that link again and chat for the Margate Marauder. Hey, you ought to go check his channel out. He's awesome. My damn voice was just creepy as hell. Hey. Alrighty. I figure pull up some cryptid stuff now. Alright. I'll do one for Venomous Fringe, and then I'll run one by Big Deal. Hey. Yeah, we're running Venomous Fringe now. Ryan always likes to hear his voice when he's narrating for Venomous Fringe.
So, if I was just cat.
There is an unexplained phenomenon that works in the darkness of the night.
I think that they're different from us. We might share some of their DNA, but I don't think we're that related.
We live in a world where the unknown mysterious phenomenon manifests itself.
Because there's a lot of stuff going on. And this is stuff that's being told to us by people who know about it, who are part of, the wildlife community.
Could that be explained?
The last time I'd been to the park alone, I thought I saw a very large, dark shadow, at least in that.
Hello, folks. My name is Chris Fringe, and tonight, join me as I discuss the unknown phenomenon that lurks in the world. From DogMan, the Sasquatch, to the paranormal, let's dive into the unknown. You're listening to The Venomous Fringe.
welcome to the show, guys. I'm very happy to have you all here tonight. I want to thank you all for tuning in. It's actually morning, so good morning, I guess you could say. And it's great to have everybody here. I mean, this is going to be a very good show tonight. This show's going to be a little different than previous shows I've done because this is one of those shows where I'm going to be sitting down with not only just one of my moderators who has been doing some moderation for me for quite some time, but also we're just going to be talking about what his views are on the whole discussion of Dogman and skinwalkers, Nicktoons, and other cryptids and paranormal phenomenon out there. So it's good to interact with people who are fans of your show as well as also people who tune into the show. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do here is introduce more of an audience that would be more interested in coming on the show as well as talking their views and what they think of the phenomenon itself. So, and I've spoken to this guy for quite a while, so he's a very good guy. I really, really respect him a whole lot, and it's going to be very exciting to have him come on and talk and listen to what he has to say. So it's going to be cool, and we're going to bring him on shortly. But before we get going here, folks, I just want to say thank you all for tuning into the show. Guys, I haven't done a live show, I think, in like almost 2 months. So it's been quite a while since I've actually done a live show. So it's great to be back in the room. But also, too, it's also great to be sitting down and doing one of these shows again. I also want to thank you guys for listening in to the Paranormal Roundtable interview I did. I want to thank Josh Turner and Sal once more for having me on. We're going to be doing some future shows there and there with that YouTube channel as well as talking with them because they're great individuals and I really love speaking to them. And it'd be great to go ahead and sit down to a big panel with them. So it's going to be one of those type of events. I can't wait to, do more with them. And it's nuts because really a lot of you guys come from the Paranormal Roundtable, and it's great to have you all here and to listen in and get a chance to see a lot of newcomers here too. I know a lot of you guys, some of you are chatting in right now, first time listening in live. So hope you guys enjoy. So thank you again, Josh and Sal, Paranormal Roundtable guys. Check them out. They always post some terrific content from paranormal stories, the DogMan encounters, and I do interviews there and there subsequently. So check them out. As well, guys, may as well throw in the plugins now. We have Jeffrey Nathamley, DogMan narrator. He has some pretty interesting stories. You guys can go check him out. Check out his YouTube. Very good guy. I really love what he puts out there. And he's a great individual. It's great to have him in the field and talk what he believes in and what he discusses. As well, guys, we want to see some animated reenactments of some Dogman encounters and other cryptids. Check out Dogman Narratives. Dogman Narratives, one of the other unique Dogman YouTubers out there. He picks things from square one. He makes some pretty good content. So check out Dogman Narratives, guys. So check out those 3 individuals and shows. They're very good content. I recommend them as always. And we're about 5 minutes in. So like I said, tonight's episode, I'm sitting down with a moderator of mine and also a fellow researcher. So it's great to have you all listening in. All 78 of you guys. It's incredible. We're almost at 10K subscribers, guys. It's crazy. We're entering into phase 3, as I call it, of my YouTube channel of the Dogman Experience. But, the beauty of all this is that the beginning of my show was like phase 1, I guess you could say. Now we have phase 2 past this year, so now phase 3, 10K subs. We got some pretty interesting content, more stage shows, more interviews popping out. So folks, I can't wait to share it all with you. With that being said, I want to get started. I've already kept this all long enough. Tonight's show, I have researcher Sensei. Sensei is a researcher, and he himself, don't be fooled by his name. While he might be the master of Kung Fu and the master of Nemesis, he's also a brilliant individual who brings a lot to his belief system as well, and also his prominence through the Dogman research as well. I know I kind of said that twice, but point being, he's a very interesting individual. So, Sensei, welcome to the show. It's great to have you here.
Chris, thank you so much for having me on the show, man. It's an honor. It's an honor to be here. I've been listening for a long time, so it's definitely going to be a fun one tonight.
It's great to have you, man. I really am excited to have you here. I've spoken to you on so many occasions, and I'm just finally excited to be sitting down talking to you live, my friend. How are you this evening?
Tonight I'm doing great. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. It's morning for me, so 12:05 by me. So I guess early morning is very great, but hopefully by you as well, the same thing.
Oh yes, sir. It's a bit hot down here, so we're just chilling on the inside.
Sensei, if I might ask the first question, obviously the most cliche is, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, yeah, of course. I'm a gamer. Been a gamer for a while, but I've been into the cryptid research for about 2 3 years. I started as a researcher of UFOs and UAPs, and I was doing that for a long time, just kind of in the shadows, doing my own research, listening to guys like Bill Cooper, um, Tyler from Secure Teams, somebody that I actually I've spoken with in the past. If you guys know who Secure Team 10 is, so I did that for a while, and then I phased into the cryptid community. I saw it, and it just caught my attention, and I was instantly hooked, just like that. And after listening to so many people's encounters and their opinions, um, it's just awesome. And this community here with the Venomous Fringe is just one of the most beautiful communities I've seen. Just a lot of great people, um, you know, and it feels like a family more so than just like a place to dump research. Everybody enjoys themselves. So, and you see the chat lighting up there. How you guys doing?
It's always good to connect with fellow gamers as well as fellow individuals who are very much steeped, because I'm sure with the video games you play, there's a lot of reference to a lot of mythology, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct. Um, and there's also, it's funny. We talked about this the other day. There's a pro gamer. I think he plays Overwatch. He goes by the name DogMan. So you brought that up to me, and I was like, oh, that's sick. I looked at some of this stuff, but yeah, in gaming, there's always a lot of mythological references. Uh, some games more so than others. There's a lot of like spooky games, RPGs, stuff like that, like Skyrim. But I play first-person shooters. Right there, it's a little different. Sometimes off the wall stuff, but all in good fun, right?
Absolutely, I'm a fan of the genre as well. So what was it that intrigued you so much to begin journeying into the mysterious world of cryptozoology?
First it was hearing stories. I think my the first things that I heard were about Skinwalker, and then I heard about Dogman, and I caught on to that. And then eventually, I heard stories like I would see stuff on Swamp Dweller. Then I caught wind of Vic. Shout out to Vic over there at Dogman Encounters. And I started listening to Dogman Encounters radio. And when you heard those encounters, instead of being judgmental, I was like, wow, you could really hear the emotion in people's voices when they were talking about the experiences they had, seeing these things. And when I heard the eyewitness accounts, it made me think to myself. I was like, I wonder what's really to these creatures. What's their intelligence level? That's what's been a main thing for me, is their intelligence level. And ever since I've kind of had that little idea of starting to create my own little theories, and I've just been trying to kind of find answers. I guess like everybody else, just want to find out what these things are, because like I've said to you in the past, there are no true experts on this topic. Until we have experts, we don't have experts, because right now we're all looking for the same thing, right? So that's what kind of has me hooked, though. Is just like what these creatures' motives are, what kind of intelligence levels they have. Are they flesh and blood? Are they interdimensional? Things like that.
That's a very interesting way of putting it, because I know that a lot of people who are into this phenomenon, whether it's Sasquatch or whether it's Dogman in this case, for example, you are more drifted towards those of people like Vic Thunder. Me, it was Wes Gerner when it came to Sasquatch, as well as when it came to Dogman. I know with Wes, he's very popular in the Sasquatch Chronicles, and I've always liked his work as well too. But I know for a lot of us out there, what you said about it when it came to expertise, and you're 100% right. I'm not gonna lie, you're 100%. And I know for a lot of people out there, I know for some show hosts, I'm not throwing any thunder underneath.
There we go.
I'm basically saying
It's bacon.
And I'm not making this about me. I'm not making this about tonight we're talking with Sensei, but I just want to throw this out here too. What you just said. There is no such thing as an expert in this field. Not even myself.
I'm getting a feedback.
I'm an armchair, but also a regular.
I don't know why.
So for me, I don't consider myself an expert. I don't consider people who pioneered the field with bringing the word out of Dogman, the man, this creature and phenomenon.
Where
Cut you off.
But Ron got to be
Echo
back.
in the chat. They're spamming Echo in there.
It's bacon. Bacon, bacon, bacon.
What about now, guys? Let me just check that out.
Bacon, bacon, bacon. Oh.
Everybody, so the echo's still going on. I really apologize. What is this issue? We go live.
I'm telling you guys, it's the MIB. If you guys don't know what I mean, just ask what do you mean. But I got a feeling it happens from time to time.
Alrighty. Ooh. Shit, y'all got me craving bacon now. Get some bacon and some eggs and some toast. Yes.
See? Alright, so chat, you see it. You know it. What happened to 11 for you?
What about now? Is we still having an echo issue? Once again, I do apologize. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to fix the settings. I think I know.
Touch on screen.
Something said good.
It could wake Baba up.
Sounds good now. And that's okay. All right, perfect. Well, anyways, folks, yeah, as we were saying, though, I don't believe that there's any experts in the field. And Sensei is right about it. So, of course, I agree with that. But anyways, Sensei, so one thing I wanted to throw out to you was, when it comes to the Dogman research aspect of it, what do you consider this creature? Do you consider this a flesh and blood animal? Do you consider this a supernatural creature? And the second question to that would be, why do you consider it that way?
I'm sure you would like.
Okay, so to be completely honest with you, I think that it's a little bit of both. And those that have been in the chats with me before on your previous streams and videos, I usually will bring that up. Why can't it be both? Why can it not be? A lot of people go with, is it flesh and blood or is it supernatural? And in my mind, I'm wondering if these beings are more spiritually advanced than we are as humans, at least on Earth. And I wonder if they're flesh and blood, and then they have some sort of, if maybe they're more enlightened or something like that. You know what I mean? Maybe even interdimensional. So to answer that, I think a little bit of both. I'm going to shake the house here a little bit. I think it's a little bit of both. I can't say it's one or the other because I truly don't know. But if they were a little bit of both, it would make sense why they bleed and why they can also be in one spot at 1 second. You look away for a split second, look back, and they're gone. We've seen this countless encounters. So those things might make a little bit more sense. You know what I mean?
Well, in a sense, I feel that when it comes to the belief of where we go with flesh and blood, I believe that they are a flesh and blood animal. Do I believe they're supernatural? They can contain supernatural characteristics, but I'm not 100% too convinced. That's also because of the lack of evidence that's been brought to the table. In that case, meaning that there's only been written reports, but I want to see this as a belief. I'm not gonna. For example, Simon Young, the researcher on the Paranormal Roundtable, did an interview with them about a month or so ago, and one of the things that had brought him to curiosity of what would make him a full-on believer, and something that I would take in as well, is the sake of if you saw a creature jump into a portal, I would jump into a portal as well to see what is in this portal, but the belief that convinced me that they are more than that creature. But I do keep an open mind. I'm not going to just deny that. I do keep an open mind. But I will say, though, that I feel that with many of the reports we get, I feel it's more of a flesh and blood creature, but they do contain supernatural elements, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. That's kind of the angle I'm coming from here. And that actually brings me on to something. I made a promise about 6 weeks ago to a lady named Lori W. that's over in the DogMan X discussion. Guys, if you haven't join that group Chris has over there on Facebook. I believe the link is in. We'll post the link in a little bit. But Lori asked. She said in the Bible when they gathered up every animal species, it said all animals clean and unclean. To DogMan, BigFoot, and all cryptid animals be considered unclean. In her way of thinking, she thought they could be considered unclean. I wanted to touch on that because it kind of ties into my belief system here a little bit with the DogMan. I think that if these DogMan are in fact completely flesh and blood, then I don't think that they would be considered unclean. In that case, let's say they're completely flesh and blood. Not only I wouldn't think they would be unclean. I think that they'd essentially be one of God's creations, right? If we're looking at it from that angle, which is a whole nother angle. But if you look at it that way, then it might make more sense to me. You know what I mean? Because then you have, like, they're a flesh and blood animal, and obviously it's something that has been around for a long time. It's not a creature that just showed up randomly. You know what I mean? But if we look at it in the angle of, okay, well, it's all supernatural, then of course people might call it a demon. Some people say that it looks like a demon to them. Some people say that when they see DogMan, they feel a sense of evil and stuff like that. If you guys know what I'm talking about there. So that might make more sense there, but that's why I can't put my finger on whether it's one or the other. I really think that it is a little bit of both. And kind of like you said, like the signs that we have now, and even though we have a lack of evidence, the signs that we've had and what we've seen so far, it does point toward it being a more flesh and blood than supernatural. Which is why I also entertain the idea of interdimensional, because if it's an interdimensional being, that could be completely flesh and blood, but just have a higher consciousness, if that makes sense.
And that it does, and that's what I'm trying to get at, is when it comes to higher conscience, a more sensible idea of what this creature is. You look at how aliens have had this array of intelligence, or people who are believed to have been aliens at one point. The great case of Indrid Cold being one, this mysterious anonymous man that was reported to be an MIB, but was seen throughout various parts of the eastern front of the United States throughout 1966 and 67, and people who have displayed weird signs but have shown ways of intelligence. What I'm getting at is, with a creature such as that, does it possess abilities that, of course, we don't necessarily know? Well, I feel this creature does have a nice side of intelligence, I feel it does have a very intelligent side to it, but it does have a very frightening posture to it, because this is an animal that we don't have in our zoological charts that would say, well, this is necessarily normal, because it isn't, which drives into government cover-up, and of course drives into the belief of the effects of what is it, and here we are with 1,000 theories but very little evidence. What is your take on a lot of the reports
when you hear muscle joints, when you hear reports of their bodies moving in a weird, very much of an athletic way, but a very abnormal way. Like, what do you consider? Do you consider that something out of normality when it comes to the physique of different animals, or do you feel that that's just something that would drive it to be described as something totally unnatural?
Well, that's a great question. You know what? The way I'm going to answer that is this because I just want to give a quick disclaimer. I don't like to get too into religion or anything like that when it comes to these cryptids. So when I say supernatural, I'm talking about things that we don't understand. That's just a quick disclaimer. So when you talk about the movements and the way that they move, as compared to animals that we actually have and we've studied and we have evidence on, and we know their movements. We know why this leg goes that way when the other leg goes that way. You know what I mean? With DogMan, I think that it may just be something that is supernatural to us, but is regular to them if they're a flesh and blood creature. And that's because we just don't have the information on it. I'm sure that the powers that be have the information on it. I'm sure they have DogMan corpses that they've studied, but until it's a general public, a thing that's released to the general public, we just have to speculate, and that's why I love these, that's why I love these discussions, because you can have so many, everybody has so many different opinions, and they're, it's always awesome to look at people's different opinions, and you can compare yours, and but I honestly, I think that it's just something we don't understand. I don't think that their movements are completely unnatural. Now them teleporting, quote unquote, like them being in one spot for 1 second and then being gone like at the snap of a finger, that is why I bring in the interdimensional aspect, which I don't think is necessarily supernatural, but more just a biological creature with a higher consciousness, because that I can't explain. Now, the way they move extremely fast and the weird hunched over movements they have, you could chalk that up to, okay, dogs walk on 4 legs, right? If a dog is on, if it's a bipedal creature, and it's as massive as, most dogmen are reported to be, like 300, 400, sometimes 500 pounds. We're talking 6 to 9, sometimes even 11, 12 feet tall. Those cases you don't always hear. You usually hear about like the 6 to 7, 6 to 8 foot tall. Being something that massive, you'd expect it to move in a different way, because there's not many creatures on this earth that are bipedal that have that big of a body mass. I mean, we have gorillas. I mean that's the closest thing I can think of to compare it to. And then if dogmen were super skinny, you could compare it to an ostrich. But I mean, this thing has arms, so like big arms. So it's just something we don't understand. That's my opinion on it.
When you hear stories of people who have dogman encounters, and it's once when they first have it, and then a couple of weeks go by, and they see these creatures following them basically in their lives, what do you think about that? Do you think they have some sort of connection with that individual, or do they have a fascination with that individual that drives them to continue following?
I love this question. I think they have a connection, and now the people that actually know that they're being followed, and actually, there's people that even in the Facebook group, have said they've interacted with dogman clans and stuff like that. I think that's really interesting. Now, what I think about like a dogman that might be stalking someone for whatever reason, whether it's with good or bad intentions, I usually think to myself, well, what did that person do? Now, for all of you out there listening right now that have had a dogman encounter and it was negative, I'm not sitting here saying you did anything wrong or anything like that. It's just, that's my state of mind. I'm wondering, like, why is the dogman continuing to, put itself in your life? Why does it continue to be here? And that kind of ties into your theory, Chris. And your theory is amazing. I'm sure you'll tell everybody for those who don't know, but it's hard to wrap your mind around, like, why they would do that. You know, sometimes I wonder, okay, do they think this person has some negative energy, or do they think this person is maybe needs like a big brother to watch over them? I know that sounds cliche, but you know, like a protector, who knows, you know? It's just weird. And the negative cases, though, the negative cases, it really makes me wonder, like, did the person do something that might have set the creature off without knowing, like a territory invasion, like something completely unrelated, or maybe they might follow somebody who has done some bad things or has some like negative energy, maybe sadness or depression, whatever it may be, anything like that. And you know how dogs, and this is actually interesting, dogs and cats, they pick up on human emotions very well. So I can only imagine them, like the dogmen, as smart as they are, they probably pick up on things a lot, you know, a lot more. So all of that just, it ties in with one another. I think there's a reason, but I have no idea what it is.
I think when it comes to a lot of the beliefs, and when it comes to a lot of people's opinions on why these creatures have a fascination with the human population, I know when I interviewed Lisa Lakin, she'd always mentioned about how there's this bloodline reference, like a certain blood type, and it's drawn to their own fascination, their own ancestry, their own belief. I know that sounds almost biased and totally asinine to many, but for some people out there, and a lot of people are beginning to buy into this theory because a lot of others out there are seeing the big picture when it comes to what if there is more of a bigger, huger twist? Like, what if there is more to it that we don't know about? And there's some sort of connection, but we can't figure it out because we don't have all the answers, because the answers are not being given to us. I feel, in a sense, the right way to sit down and to get a good understanding of visual of what that is to simply be with one as a tribe. I know that sounds totally ridiculous, but I want people to understand what I'm saying. I feel the only way to get the best evidence, get the best understanding, is if one of these creatures were to evolve. The government could be the obvious secondary, which is pretty obvious, but are we going to go to a government official and say, hey, can you provide some DogMan content? Because the next, you know, I have the majority of freaking black cars passing by me. You know, like that's the thing. So when it comes to why they do the things they do, I feel we would have to almost be next to them and understand their tribe, understand what they are. Trust, for them to trust us. I don't know how you feel about that, but how would you see it, per se, as that?
Well, I agree with that, absolutely. I mean, 100%. I mean, because at the end of the day, you know, like we said before, and like all of us here know, none of us are you know, experts on it. So the only way we really will know is when we can study them, whether it be while they're alive or a corpse or video. You know, we the best way for us to figure these things out, I think, would be to be around those creatures. I agree with that, and that does sound crazy because there's a lot of people who have had terrible, you know, encounters and interactions with them. But what if we could find that one Dogman clan or that one Dogman tribe that is accepting, and is not hostile? You know, just like how people go out into the wilderness, they live there by themselves, and they'll form a bond with the wildlife around them. You know, it's almost like a trust system. What if we find that clan? You know, what if that clan's already been found? There's hope there for that, and that's one of the things that keeps me going is the fact that we're going to get somewhere eventually with this research. So I think that would be great. You know, to be around them and kind of see what they're all about, you know, like their day-to-day lives, what they do, how they act, you know.
What do you think about the cases when people are attacked and reports of killings have occurred? Like, what do you consider that? Do you consider that an act of something in their territory they've seen as wrong, or they are vicious predators that are much like any other predator out there?
I think it's a little bit of both, because I don't want to be I don't want to go out here and say, well, you know, sometimes it's, because sometimes it may be a territorial thing, but I believe that they have a consciousness. I believe that I believe that they're sentient. Well, I mean, obviously they're sentient, but I believe they're intelligent enough to know right from wrong. Some of them, at least. And I think that the killings and things like that, especially like the one in LBL. I think there's good apples and bad apples in any bunch, if that makes sense. Just like humans. I mean, there's great people. And then there's also there's some pretty bad people in the world. I think the same goes for DogMan. So that's how I see that.
Something that's kind of interesting to me right now is the fact that one of my YouTubers, or one of the individuals I've been speaking to, he has had activity on his property.
Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry, I had to step out for a second.
Just recently about the whole idea of them following do you see that?
Hurry back there, Ethan.
Let's just say in the sense that this is a supernatural creature. When it comes to history and lore, do you feel that these creatures are attracted to people who are on certain burial grounds or certain locations that are sacred to them, that results to them following and possibly doing whatever to this individual?
I think not sometimes, yeah. If they're tied in any way, because when you think about burial grounds, we're talking about human burial grounds, right? And usually like Native American. Is that okay? Well, if you think about it from that angle, there's a theory out there that I agree with, that the Native Americans that have told us of the DogMan, and the DogMan and Skinwalkers and all these cryptids. There's a theory that they know something we don't, possibly. Maybe the elders, maybe those the individuals who know are, it's slowly going out, but maybe it's part of tradition. I think that dogmen are around those areas and stalk people that go by those burial grounds and disturb them, because there's a possibility dogmen interacted with Native Americans. Because dogmen are mostly seen. They're seen all over the world, but they're mostly seen here in North America, right? So it would only make sense if especially if they're flesh and blood, if they've been here for as long as we can, as long as people have been here, then they met the Native Americans first. So that would make sense to me if they had some sort of relationship there.
Thank you.
But then at the same time, it could just be a wrong place, wrong time thing for people who have encounters with them, near those burial grounds or sacred areas. It could be a coincidence, but if it's not, it would make sense that they have some sort of connection with the Native Americans. You know what I mean? Being that they were the first peoples here in North America.
And that's a fair statement, I think, and I strongly do agree with that. And we're actually past the half-hour mark. We'll talk a little bit more about DogMan, and then we're going to touch base before we leave hour one. But a couple more questions before we wrap up the DogMan portion for hour one. What would be something that you'd like to see in the DogMan field? Like, what would you want? Now that you're a researcher, but you yourself, you are in an area where you have access, or at least close proximity, to where you can visit certain locations. Is there anything in your end when it comes to research? What is it you want to do?
Well, I'm going to be launching my channel in about 9 months, maybe a year from now. But what I'm going to be doing, and you'll obviously everybody will see it through the fringe. I'm going to share everything I do with Chris. I what I want to see more of, and what I want to do myself, is actually get out there in the field, go to Bray Road, which I'm close to, head down to LBL, see if I can even get my nose close to the place, because we all know it's crawling with security, and anything DogMan related, they'll shut you down there. But I just want to see more of those in the field videos, and that's something that I'm looking to bring to the table, because I have access. My buddy who's doing who's partnering with me, Paul, he has phenomenal video equipment, video capturing devices, and it's all high resolution. And I think that's what the people want. Everybody really wants to see the high res images of whatever cryptid we might capture, or whatever sounds or audio we might capture. Because when you look out there, there's a lot of pixelated images, and people really want to see. They really want to see the high res. Same with UFOs. People want to see the high res images, So that's definitely something that I want to bring, and whether I capture the first DogMan or I don't capture anything for years, it wouldn't matter. As long as we're out there doing it, more people in the field, the better. And we got the equipment, so might as well go for it.
I agree with that 100%. Now, you mentioned that investigation at certain locations. Now, for the east of Bray Road, for example, okay, when you look at a creature like that and capacity, what you hear about it, and mind you, this place is private property, so the odds of possibly interference will be most likely, but at the same time, we don't encourage nobody to go out there for the safety and to go out there for research, but don't get yourself in trouble, that's what I'm trying to say. But when you go out into a location like that, do you expect to feel when it comes to the Bray Road beast, what is it that you see as? Do you see it as a separate DogMan creature or a werewolf? Do you see it as something totally different?
Well, with the Bray Road creature, I've been digging in on it as much as I can, and for that, I don't know what that is, to be completely honest with you, because as some of you know, I'm going to be visiting Bray Road, doing the filming down there. So I'm nervous to go there because I don't know what that thing is. And I'm not, just for everyone out there, I'm not careless or reckless with my life or anything, but I want to at the very least, get out there and see what I can see, and hopefully get it back to everybody else. But I think that I don't know what that thing is, man. I don't know if that's some sort of shapeshifter, or if it's just a natural creature. Because the Beast of Bray Road, from what you hear some pretty gruesome tales about that creature. And if you saw the movie that was made, it's on YouTube. I forgot I'm pretty sure it's called The Beast of Bray Road. Yeah, it's on YouTube. I know it was a low budget film. They did the best they could, and I enjoyed it just to enjoy the story. But I am truly nervous to be going down that way, because if any of the legend is true, if we encounter something, I might not come back. And that's something that me and Paul and my buddy Jay that's coming with, we had a discussion about this, because we had to first, everybody involved with this had to agree, okay, you understand that this is something that is real, we believe in it, so we need to respect it. Because if you don't believe in it, then you're not going to respect the possibility that you can get hurt. And everyone that's going is fully aware that that this is a real thing. We believe in it. And it's just our belief. We don't have proof, but that's why we're going down there, right? So definitely not sure what it is. Hope to catch something, maybe even audio. But the Beast of Bray Road is, I'm equally scared of that creature as I am of the one in the LBL, if that makes sense. That's the fear factor I've set for that creature. So this will be my first and most nerve-wracking trip. Well, it won't be my first trip, but my first on camera. Definitely will be the most nerve-wracking, though. That's for sure.
Why are you more afraid of this creature than the LVL beast? You hear more aggression cases of the LVL beast, but at the same time, very road cases, you don't hear much of a disturbance compared to LVL.
Well, I'm not. It's not that I'm more afraid of this one. I said it's like the same fear factor. Like I'm like this. This is because if I was just going to an area where there were encounters, sightings and encounters reported, that's one thing. But areas like Bray Road and LBL they're famous for the encounters that have happened there and for the interactions. So to me, I just look at it like, okay, this is a super hot spot, whereas a location that pops up on a map that we look at here in Kansas or Kentucky or down in Ohio, this is a location where there's been a few sightings recently. We're talking about something that's been going on since the 80s, 70s, earlier. Now the LBL creature, I'm not going to compare it to Bray Road because we know what happened down there. So that one will be that when if I get the opportunity to film down in LBL, then that will be my most nerve-wracking experience. But I think I'm more, well, not just me, but the guys that are going with me, the film crew, my buddies. We're nervous about it because this is the first expedition to something big, something that people know about and people are wary of, and it's a big story. It's the Beast of Bray Road. We've heard the stories. It's a famous spot for a reason. So.
I agree, and here's something that I would strongly want everybody to understand right now. We don't encourage nobody to go out there. First of all, I've spoken to Sensei about this, and I will be speaking to him and his team before this, and they're going to do the right negotiations, legal-wise, to do whatever they have to do. But we're not encouraging no one to go out there to do this, and we're not promoting it. We're not here to do this. This is a separate research investigation on his end.
Right.
And I just want to make that perfectly clear. Right. But one other thing, too, before we do wrap up the DogMan stuff, what would you consider to be your goal? What would you want in this field when it comes to DogMan research-wise? What would be your big, out of this investigation, future investigations when it comes to the field? What's your discovery? What do you want your discovery to be?
The biggest thing for me that would be like the best thing ever, like my hopes and dreams, would be for me to find, or even if it's not me, for us to, I'm going to say us as a collective in the community, to find enough truth that we can agree on at least one thing altogether because it's a fact. That would be the biggest thing for me. A piece of evidence, if you will, something that we can all agree on that is without a doubt bona fide smoking gun evidence. Like, okay, this is a DogMan print, this is DogMan DNA, this is a DogMan's body. You know what I mean? Something like that. I like to find something that you can't prove to be fake or you can't disprove. Something that's just smoking gun evidence. That would be the biggest thing for me. That's my biggest goal. Because in the community there are a lot of art, that you'll see, and it would be nice to see something that everybody is like, okay, this is legit. This piece of our research here, this is our breakthrough. This is legit, and have the whole community come together on that. That would be my biggest thing. Because then we'd have common ground, and then great minds will start working together instead of working against each other. Which is one thing I hate to see is, when content creators and researchers, when they go after each other, we're all on the same team here, guys. Everybody here watching right now, everybody that's out there in the field, we're all on the same team. So I'm hoping, and my biggest goal and dream is for us to find that common ground.
That's fair enough. Well, with 14 minutes to go before we go into hour two, we're gonna talk a little bit briefly about the rake. Now, the rake is our second topic of this evening. Sensei, can you please give us a little bit of a dialect on the rake? For example, for you, what's your fascination with the rake? Much like Dogman, what drives you into this curiosity of the rake creature itself?
For me, with the rake, it's the rake's interesting. I think it's the fact that it pretty much it almost reminds me of a Wendigo, but not really. It usually gets into a conflict with whatever it sees. Um, and the rake, it's this giant, 8, 9 foot, 10 foot tall, pale being. It's pale and skinny, and it's just very long, you know. And just the thought of that thing being out there, and it can, like, those things move extremely fast, like they just move super super fast. Those things just make my skin crawl. And that's where my fascination with the rake came up, because to me the rake's almost more frightening than Dogman. To be completely honest, I'm more afraid of the rake than I am with Dogman. Now that's being if the rake is out there. Dogman I believe in 110%. The rake I don't. It's not that I don't believe in it. I do. It's just the topic that and something that we haven't seen as much evidence on. You know what I mean? It's almost like a baby in the cryptid community at this point in time. So like them just being aggressive and attacking stuff like that, and being super fast and ominous. That's what kind of draws me to the rake, and I just want to I have more questions than I have answers, to be honest. When it comes to the rake, that's something I love about it. Because I just have so many questions. Like, why is it here? That's my biggest question: is why is the rake here, and what is it doing here? You know.
There have been cases where people who've seen the rake and have been involved in serious incidents, whether it's been a series of bad luck, or they've had people die around them, or more importantly, they've had instances where they themselves have been attacked or had an influence. What do you think that might be attributed to? Do you think there's some sort of supernatural connection or some sort of type of black magic involved with the rake creature itself?
I think that's 100% possible. I'm not too sure if that's actually what brings the rake to the surface. But you know what? It would, thinking about it like that, I haven't really thought about it like that too much, honestly. And thinking about it like that, it makes more sense if it might make more sense. I think that makes more sense to me. I'm trying to get my words out here. Because I just don't understand why that thing exists. The rake, to me, when I think of the rake, I think of evil. Whereas the Dogman, there's wiggle room. There's wiggle room there. With the rake, I just think of pure evil. And whether it's being conjured up by some sort of cult, or it's just something that the universe puts out there to keep things in check for whatever reason, I have no idea. But it's definitely the freakiest cryptid that it's probably one of the most. It's probably one of the creepiest things that a being could conceive, any human being could think of. Because when you think about what the rake has, the power it has, and the strength and the speed, and the fact that it's usually just going to go for the kill on you no matter what, whether you're bothering it or not, that has to be some sort of evil thing. So maybe it is something that's being conjured up. That would make sense to me.
We heard a report of a Dogman and a rake encounter from the URT. This report aired on Ross's YouTube back last year. We hear these instances where these creatures have abilities where they can as evil as they could kill certain animals. And what do you think of the Dogman and the rake, the altercation? What would you see it as? Do you see this as a creature that's so dominant, but at the same time going up against a creature that has much of an evil taste to it? I'm sure you can define the two very much so in parallel with that. But what do you think of cases like that, where rakes and Dogmen and other mysterious creatures under the night appear, and they do encounter one another. Like, what is your take on the two and the rake and dogman applications, so to speak?
Well, my take on that is it goes into the theory you have that I should agree with, that dogmen may they may react or interact with beings, based on the energy they're getting from them. If dogmen, were to go out and fight with things like the rake or interact with things like the rake or maybe even Sasquatch, whatever it may be, but for now the rake specifically, it would make a great deal of sense to me. Like I said, when I think of the rake, I just think of evil energy. So a dogman fighting the rake, like you said, it was on DDoS's channel, the encounter he put out there, it makes a great deal of sense to me. Now, as for the question of who would win the fight, I think the dogman would 100% of the time, because believe it or not, dogmen are never alone. They usually are in packs. Whether you might only see one, but there's probably 8 more in the reeves and the bushes watching. So I think if a rake and dogman were, they got into any type of exchange, I think it would be because the dogmen sought the rake out. And that's just based on if the theory that dogmen are attracted to certain energies, negative or positive. If that's true, and they're maybe like the protectors of the night, who knows, of the forest, that would make sense to me. That they would, they'd have heavyweight bouts. It'd be like Mayweather Pacquiao, but nobody's watching. It would make sense to me that might happen. And then there's reports of Bigfoot and Dogman coexisting. That makes sense to me because that's it also ties into the same theory. If Bigfoot and Dogman coexist, maybe they like each other. Maybe they have positive energy. But things like that, they just make your mind think. It just makes you think like, okay, this connects to this. It's like a giant puzzle of shoestrings. You're trying to put everything together and you're pinning everything into the right areas, right spots. It like some things make sense and they connect, and maybe some things are just they don't connect at all. But I definitely think if a dogman sees a rake, it's going for it, or vice versa.
Very interesting. Well, Sensei, we'll continue for those questions in just a little bit. Folks, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back into hour 2. In hour 2, we're going to be talking about skinwalkers, lugaroos, the Mothman even, and other mysterious cryptids. Folks, there's 366 of you guys watching. Stay right where you guys are. If you got to go to the bathroom, if you guys got to go out for a smoke break or whatever, we'll be right back. Keep on the line, folks. Do not change the dial.
Sometimes, just in your mind, your subconscious, it all. From what I've heard, is a blood sacrifice within the family. So when you think of a skinwalker, sometimes, just in your mind, your subconscious, it almost ties it in with a werewolf, right? Because a werewolf it's a human that can turn into a beast, like a werewolf, right? Which is, that's just, that's a whole nother topic in itself. But
the skinwalker being able to turn into whatever creature it is that it has the animal skin for, like an owl or a coyote, and then it's it stalks its victims, and usually by choice. It really, it's a freaky thing, and from what also what I've heard from all the legends and the information, it's usually a Native American witch. Skinwalkers come from Navajo. It's a Navajo legend. So it's pretty much a witch. It's a medicine man who's doing, they've attained the highest level of priesthood in their tribe, and they're doing the black magic. So I just think I think they're very interesting, and their intentions are pretty clear. If you've listened to any skinwalker encounters, they're all pretty much the same. They're all pretty much negative. I actually have never heard a positive skinwalker encounter. So those things they're pretty eerie.
When we talk about DogMan, do you think that some skinwalkers are disguised as DogMan, or could DogMan be skinwalkers? Have you ever heard about that possibility?
I have, and I don't usually like that. I don't really agree with that theory. I think they're completely different. Because if a skinwalker could become a dogman, then essentially dogmen would be werewolf. Well, they not all, but I mean it would essentially just be a werewolf. So, and we like to, at least I personally, and I'm sure you as I know, we separate the at least based on evidence, would separate the dogman from werewolf. If you correct me if I'm wrong, because I look at them as completely different things. So a skinwalker turning into a dogman would essentially just be a shapeshifter becoming a werewolf, if that makes sense. Which I don't think is impossible, but I don't think that they go around doing that. I think that when skinwalkers disguise themselves, I think they're doing it so they can actually blend in. Where, like, when you hear of a skinwalker looking like a jaguar or a coyote or a wolf, or whatever, like a regular animal, but it's just off. It doesn't have a tail or whatever the case may be. That makes more sense to me because they're actually trying to disguise themselves so they can move around and do whatever it is that they wish to do to their victim. Whereas a whereas a werewolf, if a human that transforms into a werewolf, I mean, that's usually something they can't control based on theory and lore. It happens, like on the full moon. That happens, and it just happens. And then dogmen are dogmen. They are what they are. So I think that skinwalkers would just want to stay undetected and try to become like a regular animal. Also, shout out to Bajorn. I see you there in the chat, brother. How you doing? Glad to have you in here. We see you.
When we think of the skinwalker phenomenon, we always think of Skinwalker Ranch, even though that the name might differ between also other mysterious phenomenon. Do you feel that skinwalkers travel through regular...
That's Ryan talking there, Bunny.
All about in one location permits?
I think that they migrate. I think that they go
around.
Ryan. And I think that I don't think that necessarily they, like in a pack mentality, would migrate, but I think that the magic itself, if you want to call it magic, or the practice or the prayers that they do, whatever it may be, I think that travels, because you hear of skinwalker type activity in other countries. I've heard of it in Australia. I've heard of it in Africa. I've heard of it in Asia. The other day, I'm trying to remember. It wasn't my buddy Jeff Nandolny, his channel. He usually covers a lot of weird things. Sometimes he does the skinwalkers. But I don't know if it was him, but there was a video I watched recently. about a skinwalker on a different side of the world. And to me, I was like, wait, what? Because these are Navajo creatures, right? Or beings. So I think the magic travels, and the practice, I guess, the brotherhood or whatever it may be, I think that travels. But the actual things themselves, the people that do it, I don't think that they necessarily travel, because I think they're territorial. They hold like a certain area. That's just according to what I've heard, stories, legend, and encounters. It all points to that for me, at least.
When you hear instances where, for example, an LBL, the legend of a shaman who used his powers for evil, in a sense, is what the story goes by, do you feel the LBL beast is that of a skinwalker or possibly a Wendigo?
I think that's very. I think it's very possible. Because of the amount of violence and the just straight up murder of that family, and the other murders and deaths that have occurred near LBL and in LBL, that becomes a possibility, because when you think of the skinwalker, you think of malice. You think of the Wendigo, you think of murder. So it makes sense if you look at it from that angle. But then again, we don't want to make I don't want to be the guy to make the Dogman look like a puppy, because it could have been a Dogman that did that. But if you think about it like that, based on that story, like you just brought up, it could very well be a skinwalker or a Wendigo. So that's interesting. That's an interesting question. I've never really thought of it from that angle. So I think that's definitely possible. Also, we have remember the video? I was wondering if you had access, if you have that one of the creature stalking the moose. Did you want to show that later on, or?
We could share it now. Do you have the link to that? I don't have it.
Yeah, I got you. This was I was just thinking of it because it was part of this topic here. Here, I shared it with you via Discord. Sam Scott said, show it now. Amen, brother. Motion pictures, eh? I'm just reading some of these comments here. So what Goji or Girl 69 just said, that's exactly my point. That to your question earlier, that those things, like their practice moves all over the world, but not the actual beings, not the humans. I think the practice itself moves, because maybe it's an old, an ancient practice. Who knows?
Very much so. Well, folks, real quick, we're going to just switch gears. I'm going to play the video. I'm just going to go ahead and incorporate the audio for both him and I to communicate through this. So we're going to transition scenes real quick, folks. So just give us 1 second, all right? Okay, so as you can see on the screen right now, we have this instance creature called the Moose and Canadian Forest. This is the raw footage of this. This is the quality of this footage, and what we're looking at here right now is reported footage of this creature, or faceless creature that is stalking this moose. Now, Sensei, can you give us a little bit of background before going further here when it comes to this footage, or would you like me to play the footage first?
Well, I can give a brief background. So basically, this is near a roadway. Near I believe, I don't know what the exact location in Canada this is, but it's near a big forest. And so apparently this moose is just sitting there, just kind of doing what moose do in Canada. You see a lot of people that drive by. If you've been to Canada, you'll know what I'm talking about. You'll see moose on the side of the road, perfectly happy and healthy, just eating some grass and sitting there looking at everybody. It's almost like they're not fazed by the giant death machines passing by them at 100 miles an hour. So moose are just sitting there, and then you see this creature come up, and what stands out to me, well, I'll talk about what I feel about the video after we play the clip. But the creature just comes up and approaches the moose, and then you'll just have to look at the moose's reaction. And when I say look at the reaction, really look at how the moose reacts to this creature coming up. Because even if this was, let's say this was somebody in a suit, pretending to be whatever, just take a close look at the moose's reaction, and then you guys say what you think about it.
As you're seeing on screen, something mysterious is looking at this moose. What it is, we do not know. Let's play it one more time before we let it take a look. As you can see, something. Now, Sensei, what can you say on this footage when looking at it?
Well, when I'm looking at this, the main thing that sticks out to me is whether that thing is somebody in a mask or whatever, or an actual creature. What stands out to me is moose are very, very receptive animals. They're very aware of their surroundings. If you're a hunter, or if you're a lover of wild creatures, you know that moose usually know if you're in the area. They know if things are in the area. The fact that this thing's not moving at all, even if that was, I'll go as far as to say that thing was a plastic bag. Okay, guys, we'll say this is a plastic bag. The way that the moose doesn't react at all to something unnatural being in its territory, that's a big red flag to me. This would have to be some of the best CGI you can get to pull this off, because that's the only way I could explain the moose not reacting to this being in its presence. Whether it's a plastic bag or the rake or the skinwalker or the wendigo, I don't know. But the fact that the moose is just there nonchalant, that it just really creeps me out. Because yeah, the moose is next to a highway, but I'm sure it's used to cars. This thing, no way.
One thing that intrigues me is that you don't get a good look at its mask. You see, so it looks ghostly almost, but it's hard to tell because of the camera quality.
Yeah, that's true. That's another thing though. Like the camera quality, it's hard to make out what that might be, because I guess it could be something like, but to me it doesn't look like it's something that fits in there. The only thing that it shares a close resemblance to are the trees around it, but the trees are standing tall, and you see those trees with the birch bark there. I know that's birch bark because I'm in the outdoors all the time. I love it, and I love Canada. The woods there, you know. But anyways, that thing is swaying, and it has really weird, gnarly, gangly movements. So, like I said, I'll even go as far as to say it's a plastic bag, possibly. If I were, I don't know. Even if I was just camping in the woods for a while, I'd notice a piece of litter that was making that much movement. I'd hear it, I'd see it, whatever, it would stick out. So the fact that this moose, it's in its natural habitat, and it doesn't notice this thing there, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's pretty creepy.
What do you guys think what this thing is? This is a very interesting piece of footage. Of course, we'll leave this down in our the comment pin post for this episode's complete, so you guys can look at the footage. But other than that, though, it's a very interesting piece of footage you got there. I will admit that's definitely, it spooks me out a little bit. Very much so. But would you consider that something to be of the skinwalker, or do you have no idea because of what it looks like? It's hard to tell.
Well, yeah, it's hard to tell what it is. Like I said about the skinwalkers, they usually want to cloak themselves so they fit in around humans, like being a regular animal. So if I had to guess, I'd say that's either a rake or a wendigo, based on that emaciated form. And if it was the rake, then it would, I'd base it on it being pale. It looks pretty pale, because like I said, the only thing you can compare it to is the birch bark on those trees around it. And birch bark, if you've seen it before, you can Google it. Birch bark is pretty much like it's like a pale shade. It's like a whitish shade, like a dirty white, if you will. So that's my best guess for what that creature could be.
Very interesting one, to say the least. You wanted to talk about Deer Man. Not to switch gears, but I know you wanted to talk about Deer Man. And Deer Man is something that is of what I believe to be Native American lore. Can you give us a little bit of background on Deer Man, Sensei, or what you believe is Deer Man?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Deer Man's one of my favorite. I personally think the Deer Man is sort of like it. Nothing like the DogMan, but I wouldn't call it a Wendigo necessarily. A lot of people think the Deer Man is Wendigo, and I think that that's a very likely possibility. But I personally think that it's its own beast. And I think it's a bipedal deer. Now, the thought of it being a bipedal deer with razor sharp teeth, that takes me into Wendigo territory, and that's where I'll say, okay, this thing is probably a Wendigo of some sort. This thing is not natural; it's not of this earth, right? But if I think about it from it just being a bipedal deer, then that's what I think that would be. I don't know how those deer would be bipedal. That's unnatural in itself, but I guess I'd lean more towards the Deer Man being more like a Wendigo, because when I think of a Deer Man, I think of bipedal deer with razor sharp teeth, long antlers, emaciated. Like most of you that are watching now, you've seen the pictures. You know what I'm talking about. Matter of fact, I'll send you one, Chris, if you want to pull it up. I don't know if that's possible. I have a few of these.
Yes, please share, please.
Okay. Here. 1 second. Sorry about that.
I find with all fascination, especially when it comes to Deer Man, one thing that really intrigues me is the fact that this is another one of those skinwalker-like creatures, and there is a huge, a big fascination with it. And Sensei, one thing about it that has intrigued me is that there have been witnesses who've claimed to have seen this thing, and it gives a very distinct, monstrous snarl, almost like a dog man, but at the same time, it's almost like a zombie deer. You've heard of those zombie deers before, correct?
Yes. Yeah, those things. That was like a fungal infection, right? At least that's what they told us. That's what they told the general public. Those things were creepy, man. Being that I'm gaming, I'm on Rainbow Six all day long, just grinding. So when the zombie deer phenomena came about, I didn't really pay it much attention, because the way I see it, if it's out there on public news and they're putting it on full display, it's either some disinformation or it is what it is. It's legit, just like some fungal infection. So I didn't really pay too much attention to it. But The guttural growls and stuff like that, that does make me think it's a menacing creature, and that's where I will lean towards Wendigo. Now, I sent you 2 images here so that I can better explain my point. One of the images, the one where it's like emaciated, etc., with razor-sharp teeth, that's what I think of when I think of a Wendigo-type deer man. The other one, on the other hand, is what I think of when I think of deer man being its own being, just like a unnatural to us but natural to itself in nature type being, if that makes sense. And also, I think it ties into Native American culture as well. The deer man that I think would be natural, quote unquote. I think that could be some sort of Native American priest or witch or medicine man. You know what I mean? But not a sinister type.
Let me pull up the photos right now. Let me just get them real quick.
Okay.
But I do agree. Please go on with the whole deer man thing, because I'm curious to hear more about your belief on it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just that it's. I think it's one or the other. Well, actually, you know what? I can't say it like that. I think it's either I think it's either a variation of Wendigo, like a certain kind of Wendigo, being the one with razor sharp teeth, the real scary one, or I think it's like a Native American shaman or medicine man that's transformed into a bipedal deer. Whether it has good intentions or bad intentions, the Native American version, I don't know. Actually, these are both Native American, but you know what I mean. This one here that you're seeing on the screen now, this is the one that I think is like a Wendigo, like evil or just trapped and has to kill everything it sees. This is the one that I catch the negative vibes from, and this is like more of a supernatural element. Now, the next one that you're seeing here, this one I see as like some sort of shaman. Like if you see in movies, you'll see sometimes, like in some horror films, you'll see people that look like this, you know, like half man, half beast, right? Or maybe just all beast walking on 2 legs, bipedal, right? I don't know if it's negative or if it's positive. Could be either one, but no razor sharp teeth on it. It is the second image, and that's what I think a deer man, if it's its own thing, would be. Whereas the one on the left, I think would be like a Wendigo, you know, something that's really going, that's really trying to hunt people down or hunt things down, something that has bad intentions. So that's how I think about those two in these creatures. Yes, Sam, like minotaurs.
I find the deer man creature to be creepy, and I think a lot of people could say that too. I think any normal human being who had the reaction I just had with those 2 images, especially the first image, it's a very, very creepy animal. And when it looks like, it definitely looks like a Wendigo, and it has a Wendigo or Skinwalker are both the same. If you really want to get technical, and when it comes to comparison and difference of them, but it's a very frightening creature. I think it's a frightening creature as a whole. I know it sounds completely like it's a total box when it comes to the fact that I don't even have seen this thing, I don't even know much about it, but it's the principle being that what we're looking at here and what we see is something that doesn't make a lot of sense to many, but what are they is the question. Like, for you, as a researcher, would you consider going out there and wanting to find one of these deer men with the way they look?
A deer man that doesn't have razor sharp teeth. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna say no, because whether it has razor sharp teeth or not, and it's like a Native American shaman, I don't know what the intentions are, so I'm just gonna say no, because it's just looking for trouble. And if you think about the Wendigo type, if you see a Wendigo, it's coming for you. Like, I've never heard of a Wendigo story where the Wendigo isn't going after somebody. Usually someone loses their life in a Wendigo encounter. So And again, like you said to the audience, and I'll say again, with my DogMan research, we're not encouraging anybody to go do that out in the field. You don't want to put yourself in harm's way. But like if I were to say to you, Chris, I'm going out to look for a Wendigo, or I'm going out to look for the Deer Man or the Rake, I would hope to God you say, brother, don't do it. Stay home, don't do it, because that's just suicide. Those things are known to only want to kill you. So I definitely wouldn't go after that.
I wouldn't want to go after it either. Well, we talked to your man. We've spoken about skinwalkers. A little bit about Loop Guru, though. Loop Guru going into the next half hour, hour two. Loop Gurus and Roo Gurus. Loop Gurus for you, Sensei, the more supernatural werewolf-like creatures. And we hear about Loop Guru reports all throughout North America, from the Lichen Loop reported to have some Loop Guru activity, from Loop Guru seen in Louisiana, Georgia, Atlanta, well, not Atlanta, Alabama, and all throughout southern U.S. What do you think of these creatures?
Well, the Loop Guru. See, now that's why I'm glad you brought it up, because I want to see if there is a comparison between the Roo Guru and the Loop Guru. The Loop Guru, to me, is a werewolf. When I think of a Loop Guru, I think of a werewolf, or maybe even a creature that prefers to be on all fours, more of a beast type creature. Something odd, like I said earlier, the Beast of Bray Road kind of creature. And when I think of the Roo Guru, I think of the French Creole story, like the stories you hear from French and Creole people down in Louisiana. So I wonder if Roo Guru and Loop Guru are comparable, or if they're the same thing, or if they're different. Because I think the Roo Guru as a swamp beast down there in the bayou in Louisiana, and I think of the Loop Guru as a werewolf. You know what I mean? And a lot of I've heard of Loop Guru sightings. I had to touch up on this because I wasn't sure the exact areas, but I've heard of them in areas in Canada where it's mostly French, like Montreal, like not Montreal, but like French Canadian provinces, areas. So I wonder, and I want to know everybody that's listening, everybody's opinion and yours, if they're different or if they're the same. Because they sound the same, but in name, but are they the same? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, personally, I don't think these creatures are too. They are too close to the same when it comes to origin. The Roo Gurus, more of a supernatural. Well, they both maintain supernatural instances. You hear of the legends of mysterious werewolves. I even covered it in my Alabama episode, where we had heard about these creatures from the legends when it comes from going back into Europe in the 1600s, of these werewolf-like creatures that are cursed individuals of families, one that sees one that is chosen out of each tribe. It's almost like Thorn, almost like the curse of almost like a sense of druidism, in a sense, where individuals, or in general those who are cursed, to be these creatures and to walk amongst. It's one of those sensations where, for the Roo Guru, or even in the Loop Guru's cases, both of them, they're creatures and they're monsters in a sense. I think more along the lines, more aggression when it comes to dogmen, because of just how their lore is. Now, for you, what do you think it is? What do you see the difference as?
Well, the baseline difference I see is, I think the Loop Guru is that, what you just said, something that has been cursed that way, and it is that beast. The Roo Guru, I think, is more of a natural creature. That, like, obviously not natural to us. We are of flesh and blood. Well,
please explain that. Please explain.
Okay, so I think the Roo Guru. Now, this is if I'm right, that they're the Roo Gurus, like Louisiana and the south of North America. That's where they linger. The Loop Gurus more north, and also in Europe as well. If they're in those different areas and they're not the exact same, I think that the Rougarou is almost like, I think the Rougarou is like the swamp dogman. That's the best way I can explain it. Like, being that the dogman is flesh and blood, if you think about a dogman that way, if you think that dogmen are flesh and blood, I'd say to you, the Rougarou is the swamp dogman, right? Whereas the Loup-garou, that's in Europe and Canada and far north, I see those as being unnatural, supernatural, possibly a werewolf. You know what I mean? And that's where I see the difference. Now, I could be completely wrong. This is just a theory. It's just my opinion. That's why it's good to bring it up. So I wonder what anybody thinks about this.
Well, I got memes on.
There may be no difference at all. I might be completely wrong. It might be the exact same thing being described. But to me, that's what I think the difference is between those two.
There was a case that I had just recently uncovered with a man who had spoken of seeing what he claimed to have been a werewolf grab, or at least what looked like roadkill, and almost like the peeling of how he described. You know how like when you peel a cucumber and the slicing of it?
Right.
It's almost similar, except this creature, he saw it while driving on an interstate on the side, literally ripped it from its skin, like it was just like almost like a banana peeling a cucumber. The skin. He called it a werewolf because the creature had red eyes, gray fur, and he believed that this creature had simply telepathically communicated with him. And the way he described the situation, though, was very frightening because we hear of all the cases of when these creatures rip apart animals, but you never hear a case with ripping apart and he could hear it too, he said. It was very early in the morning when this occurred, so there wasn't much traffic on this road. But the point of this being is the fact that with Rougarous, Loup-garous, usually these creatures have a sense of aggression in them that could easily manifest that they are violent animals, period. These things could kill you if they wanted to.
Definitely. I definitely think that. And this goes back to what I was saying.
Oh, it's all good. There's
Some
Star.
good and some bad, and some.
Look.
Now, if we look at the Rougarou and we look at it as a flesh and blood dogman, but just a different variant of dogman, like we have the types. We have type 1, type 2, type 3. If we look at the Rougarou as a type of dogman that is like the Bayou dogman, or however you want to look at it, it would make sense to me that they could be the more dangerous or just like a naturally more aggressive species of dogman. And when I look at it that way, it makes a little bit of sense. It makes a little bit more sense. The Loup-garou, I think, is inherently dangerous and aggressive because, like I said, my view on the Loup-garou, I think that it is. I think it's a supernatural being. I think it's like a werewolf type being. So I think that they're both probably extremely aggressive. I haven't really heard of any good Rougarou encounters. I mean, you barely hear of any good dogman encounters, to be honest. But I definitely think the Rougarou is a different variant of dogman who lives in the south that is extremely aggressive. And I think the Loup-garou is a supernatural creature, possibly, that is extremely aggressive. Like if you think of werewolves always do what? They try to kill people, right? You look at the movies, etc., folklore, they're trying to kill people, right? It almost takes me back to the Beast of Galvadon. I hope I didn't butcher that. I believe that was in Germany. And that's something that I think about when I think about the Loup-garou as well. They went on a massive manhunt. I forgot which king it was. It was. Do you remember the king's name? In the time he He made all of his best men go on the hunt for this creature for a very long time. People were dying, cattle were being mutilated, their sheep were dying, etc. That's what I think about when I think about the loop. Something that just has to be put down. Something that is just on a kill streak. It's just going all out. I believe it's pronounced Gavadon. Here, let me look it up real quick. Beast of Gavadon. Yeah. So I wasn't wrong. Yeah. Gebaudan. I'm hearing a little bit of terror in the right here, but I'm gonna send you this here. This page. I want to share this. And this thing is what I think about when I think of the Ruguru. Or not the Ruguru. Sorry, the Loop Guru. I think of the Beast of Gavadon, something that's just out there killing senselessly. Oh, it was in France, not Germany.
It was King Louis.
Okay. King Louis the 15th. Amy Nevins says it was in France. Okay, so thank you for correcting that. For some reason, I thought Germany, but yeah. Right.
I find the whole discussion of it it's a very interesting case, and I think for a lot of people out there who are still very much so intrigued by it, it's one of those cases where, in many DogMan reports, where there's instances of them being attacked by one of them, by these creatures, that this is no different. The Gwenadon creature, it's almost in comparison, it's close to the same thing.
Hello, look at there. Got Vale here.
An ancestor. Like, I feel that when we turn back to the whole DogMan phenomenon, right, and we talk about it, do you feel that the beast of
hello, Vale.
I apologize if I butchered it wrong. I do apologize for that, folks. I tend to do that a lot on the show. Do you feel it's an ancestor in a sense, or do you feel it's a drawn connection in your case for these creatures?
Well, that's interesting. If you look at it that way, I think that's definitely a possibility. But when I think of the Beast of Gavadon, I think of a werewolf type being, with with the Luguru. And if a werewolf type being is something that could be passed down genetically, then definitely I think it's an ancestor.
Yeah, I am.
I think
I'm trying to pick my blood sugar back up, Rob. My blood sugar dropped like crazy.
It stems from the Gavadon. If those werewolf type genetics or supernatural or whatever they may be are passed down.
Yeah. Yeah, Vale, they pizza flavored chips too. Take that.
I'd say like you could put Gavadon to Loop Guru, and then I would put Dire Wolf to DogMan, if that makes sense. That's how.
I don't know where I'm right. I'm not feeling too good
about that, because like a lot of people compare the Dire Wolf, right? They wonder, okay, is the DogMan an evolved Dire Wolf?
Well, be leaving from here and going ghost hunting.
Ancestry, then I would say, okay, that makes sense. Dire Wolf and DogMan.
Ready to go on that ghost hunt?
Creatures in their own right.
We get out and go find that place.
And Gavadon. That would make sense to me, because I think they're both as not like completely unnatural in every way.
Here's a notebook. All right.
That I agree with. Well, while we conclude on Loop-Gurus and Rugurus, I want to just keep shuffling away. I just want to keep on grinding through, because we still got some other topics to talk about. I feel that I want to talk to you more about this. I think we need to make this more of a discussion. I want to bring you back to just discuss the entirety of Loop-Gurus, Rugurus, and even Gavadon and the Beast and all the ancestry of it, because it's such a very amazing case.
Oh, it'd be cool to get a room there.
And of course, the Skinwalker discussion.
And that crispy, them low Jameson and the quality and the crispy.
When it comes to the discussion of cryptids, because it's more of a supernatural discussion, in my opinion, but it works. Let's take a look at the Mothman. Okay, the Mothman being one of America's most oldest cryptids besides Sasquatch. Let me ask you this question: when we think of Mothman, Are you one to believe that this creature is human?
I'll be all right. Just,
I wouldn't call it
I'm
I
look-
wouldn't call it a demon.
I'm looking for a place to go hunting at.
Angel of death.
But
Because,
Becky found some places
every time
for us
the
to go
Mothman
ghost
is
hunting
here,
at. And
I'm glad we're
researching
on this. For all of you listening, I actually lived in the Chicagoland area for most of my life. And there have been Mothman sightings here. But I think of it as like a harbinger of death, you know, like an angel of death. Because when the Mothman first came about, where was that? I forgot what the state was.
Point Pleasant, West Virginia.
West Virginia. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, it was Point Pleasant, and the bridge collapsed there, right after the Mothman had been seen, after the sightings, right? And there were a lot of casualties. A lot of people, you know, were killed. A lot of people died. So seeing the Mothman here in Chicago, that makes a lot of sense to me, of it being a harbinger of death, like the angel of death, a warning, if you will. Because in Chicago, what do you see? There's a lot of violence and a lot of death and killing going on here. I think Chicago's been the murder capital of the world for like the past 3 years. So when I think about the Mothman, I don't really think of it as a demon necessarily. I don't know who's sending it, but somebody's sending it, and it's coming for a reason. Like when it comes, it brings death and destruction, or it's a warning, like, hey, maybe this is getting out of hand. If you go back to Point Pleasant, it was like a warning or an omen, if you will. And the sightings here in Chicago now, it's kind of like, okay, look, like this is a battlefield. Like there's been more casualties in Chicago than I believe there were in Iraq, and that's why they called Chicago Chirac at a certain point in time. So I definitely think it's supernatural for sure. I just don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, because it comes in bad times.
Do you believe that with the recent rate of Chicago sightings, that there's about to be some major disaster, perhaps maybe in Chicago,
there you go.
Feel it might be in the U.S., or perhaps maybe it will impact the whole world?
Black Creek Memorial Cemetery.
I think that it will. I think that this day and age, it's
That's
so
where we're
hard
gonna go.
not to say something bad's coming, because something bad happens all the time, right? But I really think that the sightings in Chicago are just like a warning that this is getting out of hand. Now, I've heard of Mothman sightings on the east coast of the United States as well. So maybe it's a warning to the U.S. Maybe it's a warning to the world. I really don't know, but I do think it's a warning. I do think it's a warning or an indication of danger. You know, something's happening, something's coming. Because usually, you know, like as far as legend goes from Point Pleasant, that was something that happened and it was foreshadowing some death and some bad things, right? Whereas seeing it in Chicago, maybe something bad's about to happen, like a super, super bad, but we don't know about. I really don't understand the nature of the being, you know. It's just creepy, man. If it's anything, it's creepy. No idea.
You heard back in 66 and 67, when Mothman sightings were more hot and rampant, that there would be cases of paranormal phenomenon, from poltergeist activity to mysterious MIB showing up at the locations, as well as even seeing mysterious flashing lights in the sky and portals, and even, or at least flashing lights that look like portals. And then you also had reports of animal mutilations throughout the course of West Virginia. Do you feel that this is all accumulated to the Mothman being from a different dimension?
I think that could be very possible as well. And if you think about it from that angle, you might tie in extraterrestrial activity as well, especially with the mutilation and the MIB. But the fact that Mothman are so rare, the Mothman, I won't say Mothman. The fact that the Mothman is so rarely seen.
All right.
It almost becomes a creepypasta, if you will, because it's so very rarely seen, but it is a cryptid in its own right.
All right, y'all. I'm going to call that one a teaser for the Venomous Friends. Well over half of it. I'm dropping the link in the channel. And go there, finish watching it there. I hope you're interested more. Run over, go check out the last tail end of it. While you're there, you can check some of the other excellent programming they have on their channel. I've got something going on this end. I'm gonna need to cut loose early. Sorry, normally I'll play a channel on through video on through there if possible, but I'm gonna need to get loose for now. Yeah. So I got something going on over here. I'm gonna deal with. I'll holler at y'all there after a while there, maybe tomorrow. Me and Becky spoke on a ghost hunt a little bit. I need to make sure everything's packed. That kind of a bad news scenario I'm having to deal with. So I'm sorry, I've been getting cut loose. All righty there, Star. Thank you, Vale. All right, everybody. This is Klowns Paranormal Posse. We have fun today. Help some channels out. See, I done some talking. Had a lot of fun. I've been getting loose. See about being back on there tomorrow. If I come back on late tonight, I'm not sure. All right, there, Moose. The moose is loose. My God. But y'all have a good one. Thanks everybody for coming. And I'll see y'all in a few.